Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Bad Decisions Club presents Dungeons & Dragons 5th Edition. We're not doing the Dancing Hut any longer. I am joined, of course, as always, by my wonderful players who are about to introduce themselves. I, of course, am your illustrious GM. Let's go ahead and start with Jen today. Who are you? And there's some multiple character things happening today, but why don't you go ahead and tell us who you might be portraying this evening?
All right, yep, I'm Jen Witterose, also known as the Swedish Geek Ball, and I am bringing back some old faves as well. So I am currently wearing the Kretha hat. I will be mostly probably portraying Kretha, but I will be doing also our Maven girl. And yeah, because they're coming back, and so I may be playing her first. I'm not sure. I'm gonna see how this goes, and then we might see our favorite.
It's our boy,
our reborn zombie bard. So
the Zombard, if you will.
So we might see Clarion. We might see Kretha.
Look, my real hair. When have you guys seen my hair?
We might see Maven. That's awesome. Jeff, you have a much smaller stable of characters to choose from. Who are you going to be playing tonight?
Yes, hello. I'm Default. I'll be we'll probably be playing Calder Creed, Resident Sorcerer, and most certainly not a corporate drone. I said it with my Wayland Yutani shirt. And I will probably be playing Calder nigh exclusively for the foreseeable future because he's just been a very stable character for me. But there's a non-zero chance I'll be called upon to play Pyre, our large reptilian punchy druid.
The ultimate, him and Ghost are kind of the himbo duel. I feel like, or duo, not duel. Although maybe.
Maybe. He's big and strong. He is not really a himbo. He is not a good person.
That's fair.
Surprisingly intelligent.
That's also fair. Gail, same question.
Well, I got teleported in as this fucko, but, I'm probably at some point tonight going to be playing the bimbo of the group.
This fucko, yeah.
Echo. Yeah.
Fucko in a different way, I think. You didn't tell us who you are. Who are you?
Oh, I'm Olivia / Gale, and this guy is Echo. Don't worry about it. It's not important.
Awesome. Perfect. I have to say, I love our introductions. I love how there are no rails whatsoever. Em, who are you? Who are you potentially playing tonight?
Wow, the urge to just scream instead of saying words just hit me. Like, you said there are no rails, and my brain was just like, screech, just screech.
I can edit it in post.
No, I'm not gonna do it. It'll peak my mic, and then it won't make any sounds.
Or just go silent over your mouth and let a train noise play.
Yeah, right, for sure. I'm M. I'm once over key in all the places. I am probably gonna be playing at least Ghost.
And you have...
Who is a spooky, they colorblind idiot. Got nothing.
And also, yeah,
it's smooth brain, cute, no wrinkles.
No wrinkles. Wrinkles
no
ugly.
Thoughts equals no sad.
Thoughts slide right off.
Fully right off. Don't need them.
Now, today's recap's going to be a little bit different because we just wrapped up a major module. So in the last, arc, you all went to the Dancing Hut of Baba Yaga to try to figure out, A, what Baba Yaga's whole deal was, why she was on the Prime Material Plane, and whether or not you could secure at least her neutrality, if not her alliance. You went through a whole bunch of different rooms, you experienced a whole bunch of trauma, and in the end, after interacting with a bunch of characters and having a great time and also an awful time, you were able to figure out that Baba Yaga's plan is to harness the magic that is coming up underneath the ground in North Faerun to try to realize her own dream of immortality and essentially backstab Morgenthau and Belak and everyone else who has an interest in this magic. And during that time, you met her daughter, Tasha, otherwise known as Natasha the Dark, otherwise known as Igwilv the Witch Queen, otherwise known as so many other different names. And you formed at least a pact. Yeah, that's the one on the book with her name on it. And you formed at least a temporary pact where you were eventually going to meet back at the Stone Tooth and discuss a way to perhaps take Baba Yaga out of the equation so that you all could use the magic to destroy Baba Yaga and do whatever it is you wanted. And to that end, Charlotte was actually left in the hut to sort of...
that most certainly will not blow up in our faces.
To try to sort of exist away from everything and stay hidden until the right moment. Yes?
Yep.
And she was left there with the hedgehog whose name I don't remember. Ilya, thank you. I've only been reading this book cover to cover every day for like months. And so where we stand right now is Calder, Maven, Dell, and the Copper Dragon Felgalos, who is currently masquerading as a sort of tanned halfling, along with the kind of prisoner, kind of not prisoner, mostly prisoner Anton, who was killed and then resurrected by Calder Creed. And all of you, and Dell, and all of you exited the hut, got into a teleportation circle, and whisked yourselves back to the Stone Tooth, which is where we are going to be starting our story today. Is there anything major that I missed? Obviously, there's a bajillion things that happened in the hut, but is there anything that's like relevant to what we're doing today that I missed in that recap?
Anton currently looks like Charlotte.
That's right. Anton is currently seeming into the image of Charlotte. So I really love the idea of Gale playing Anton, playing Charlotte. It's very Shakespeare. I'm a big fan.
Alert, I might have to rush off for 2 minutes to get Adam situated, but that's about it.
If at any point you have to rush off, no big deal. This is pre-recorded, so we can edit out anything we want, including this thing right now that I'm saying, if we want. Okay, let's go ahead and jump over into the in-game, and we will get started. My friends, we start our story tonight in the teleportation circle room of the Stone Tooth. And when you appear in the room, the first thing you notice is that the room is not empty. Now, this room used to be like a bedroom of sorts, but it has been changed quite a lot since the last time you saw it.
It was mostly an office that someone slept in more than anything.
Basically, yeah.
It was the wizard's old room.
Yeah. It had a big carpet on it, which was animated, and it had like desks, and I think it had a bed. I don't remember exactly, but it is different now. Now it is almost fortified. And as you come in, the first thing you notice is Kevin Bonewolf standing at the door, having a conversation with Bevan and Bathu, as well as like an entire squad of shield dwarves who are apparently assigned to watch over the teleportation circle. The room is more or less bare other than that, and of course the runed circle on the floor. As you arrive, the first thing they notice is that everyone is there. And Kevin will look around at everyone and say, "Oh, you're back. Oh, thank God. You've been gone a bit. You've been gone for a bit. How is everybody?"
Calder lets out the longest unbroken sigh. Just 30 seconds of a single note of It's been a week because it's been 2 days for us, but it still feels like all of that time was compressed into that many hours.
2 days. Oh, okay. It's been more than 2 days. Lady Maven, you're doing well, I hope.
I am. If it's been more than, my son's well.
Oh, yes. They've seen some action, but they're doing well. They're making good names for themselves as usual. Your line is strong as ever. Miss Charlotte, it's very good to see you again. We could definitely use the extra the extra magical help. How have you been?
Anton uses the glaive he's holding to whack Calder in the back of the shins to be like,
Just out. That is a more complicated question than you know. We need to speak to the king immediately.
Yes. In fact, I am under very strict orders to, and he'll turn to Bevan and be like, go, find the king, let him know that it's time. Yes, I am under very strict orders to bring you before King Barnabas just as soon as you appeared. I just wanted to check in and make sure everyone's doing well.
I am alive.
And he clearly doesn't quite know how to address Dell. Dell having literally just appeared, like moments before you all left for the dancing hut, I believe?
It was like a couple of hours.
The evening before.
The evening before, yes.
What type of magical help are you looking for?
Oh, we're just all of our wizards have been scrying around the clock, and we could definitely use more of them so that we can give them shorter shifts, if that makes sense. I'm sure everything will be made clear once you speak with the king. I'm not sure exactly what it is I'm supposed to divulge here, especially if there's something that's more complicated. And he kind of squints at Charlotte.
I'm gonna be in the way so he can't look at Charlotte Anton.
Anton is face palming right now, thinking about these jackasses asking a blind wizard to scry, but he's not going to say anything.
No. She's a charlatan.
Charlatan. God, puns. I love it.
I think Dell would be like, take me to your wizards.
So you are escorted out of the teleportation chamber, which requires unlocking from the other side. There is a knock sequence that Kevin uses, and you hear a bar being lifted from the other side as the door is opened.
Did someone use the teleportation circle to invade?
Are you saying that out loud?
He'll ask the question.
Let's just say we want to make sure it's secure. Again, I don't know what I'm supposed to say to you, so we should save it for the king, if that's okay with you,
Very bland stare of, oh my god, are you fucking kidding me?
So you are first off, the stone tooth is cleaned up and rebuilt. You recognize it, but it's definitely a different place than it was the first time you came. A lot of the rubble is gone, a lot of the mess has been cleaned up, and it's industrious. There are dwarves going back and forth, and
it's almost like a horde of dwarves fell upon the place, and it's had over a week to clean itself.
Indeed, that's exactly right. And you are escorted to that conference chamber that you were in before, the one where there was an invisible dwarf underneath the table back in that session. And when you get there, the room is empty, but there is a map on the big table in the center of the area immediately surrounding the stone tooth out to where the Gulthias tree is. So those of you who go and look at it are able to see this is a full-on tactical map at this point in this room. And though it is true that there are dwarves going back and forth, you get the sense that it's late. You get the sense that this is the graveyard crew in the Stone Tooth. And when Barnabas arrives, he is in formal attire, but his eyes are a little bit red, like he was awoken in a hurry and rushed to where you are. And he enters the room along with Sven and Kevin, and turns to Charlotte and says, "Are you able to make this room secure?"
Unfortunately, no. I will. Please, can we please close the doors, Highness?
He will step aside, and Sven will close the door.
There's no one else. Just to check around.
It is Kevin.
I will cast True Sight.
You're casting True Sight.
I'm casting True Seeing, so make sure there's no one else in the room, so only the people who are in this room will know what I'm about to reveal.
Excellent.
No, you're gonna find out that Sven is like a horrible, horrible creature monster now.
Oh, I've known that.
Nope.
He's been using an illusion to make his beard look 1 inch longer than it is.
So
And
you,
himself 1 inch shorter.
so you cast
Alright.
True Sight. You look around. There is no one in the room except for you four, plus the king, Sven, and Kevin.
And Fell, right?
And
came
Fell
with us.
will actually come along. And in fact, you will, of course, see that Fell is in fact a copper dragon, but you already knew that.
I thought he was silver.
No, Fell is a copper dragon.
That was copper.
Alright.
Okay.
Your Highness, I went and found something that we went and lost. I will snap my fingers and undo the illusion on Anton.
Why
Im-
must you always play the pronoun game?
Immediately, like, Kevin will level his spear at Anton, and Barnabas will look at him and say, if he was a danger, I don't think that our friends would have brought him here.
And frankly, Kevin, as much as I have faith in your abilities, not even on his worst day. Just during a thumb at Anton.
I mean, he's already died once, so
Yeah, it's not going great.
It sounds like you have a lot to report to me.
Well, to get this one out of the way, gesturing at Anton, I will at this point I'll take knife pointedly and will undo the rest of the bindings on Anton.
No, he already broke it before he stepped through.
I was like, and yeah, perfect. Then it's like point. Well, to get this one out of the way, we encountered Anton during our excursion to Baba Yaga's hut,
And
where we learned a few very important details, not the least of which is it confirmed a theory of mine that Anton did not leave your call to arms of his own volition. He was betrayed and forced into mind control in a method that your Highness would be very familiar with.
If Dreams is in the camp, kill him. He's the actual traitor.
Dreams the Tabaxi.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he'll turn to Calder. You know this and have verified it in some way.
I
Gestures at the huge scar across his neck.
look, it's like I pull. I'll like grab Anton by his shirt because not wearing armor right now. Hug down like around the collar to show the myriad of very familiar looking plant scars.
Oh yeah, all the vine scars.
Like Barnabas knows these scars; he has them.
So he was under control. Fair.
Yes.
But do you trust him enough to be here in this room now? Do you trust him, the real him, to be here in this room now?
I trust Anton's willingness to kill people who tried to control him more than I trust most things.
So should he be out there hunting down our wayward bard, or should he be in here with us?
He should be given time to recover. He did have to come back from the dead.
I need a fucking nap.
But critically, his return must remain secret for as long as we can manage. We want, because Anton's reputation, I believe, is still alive, and we want to preserve that as much as we can.
that includes you. Maven says, looking at Anton pointedly. You need to somehow preserve it too.
Which will mean Anton needs rest and time to recollect himself. I'll make sure that his armor and the belongings are returned.
Very well, we can manage that.
It's gonna be hard to get them all back. Charlotte took my fucking boots.
That sounds like a you problem.
So if this isn't Charlotte, then where is she?
At this point, Calder will say, now before I get into this, I want you to know this was not my idea, and will proceed to explain Charlotte's plan to His Highness.
Are you including the part about Tasha and their plan together? Like, tell me, give me the broad strokes of what you're telling him.
He will basically. I'll give the broad strokes of how we infiltrated, found the puzzle, found the path we needed to get to the thing. I will not gloss over the rooms and their various details. I will that's for someone else to tell. I'm here for the mission report. The mission report is we got to Baba Yaga's inner sanctum, found not Baba Yaga but Tasha, as in Tasha, who keyed us into what she believed that Baba Yaga was up to. I'm not sure if we trust her, but I do trust that she wants to kill her Baba Yaga. That's kind of her defining feature. So Baba Yaga has thrown her lot in with our enemies. Which sucks, but that was apparently always true. So there's nothing we did that could have affected that.
As you're speaking, Barnabas pulls out a small piece of paper and begins to write on it.
Mm-hmm.
And
we dealt with what we could. A simulacra, Baba Yaga showed up. We killed the shit out of it to make sure its memories never got back.
You did what? Anton was not there for that.
Ignoring Anton's inquiry. We then were split up, and during this period, myself and Delmain were reunited with Anton as part of the greater humor that goes in the politics inside of that place.
All right. One moment. I have much to share with you as well.
I imagine because just for context, Your Highness, it's only been like 2 or 3 days for us. I saw you 4 days ago in my memory's reckoning, so I'm going to be really interested to see what I've missed.
You left out the most important part.
Oh, that I killed you?
That Tasha is coming to the Stone Tooth.
Oh, yes, there is that. Tasha is going to be coming to the Stone Tooth to throw her a lot in with us.
He, as you say that, Barnabas shakes his head for a second, scratches out some of the things that he was writing, and begins writing other things. Now, Gale, really quick, where is Echo currently?
Probably wherever Barnabas got woken up from.
Awesome. That's entirely fair. Okay. So he will hand his finished note to Kevin. And he will say, General Bonewolf, please escort discreetly Anton to one of our rooms. Make sure he's cared for. Find Echo and find Kretha and bring them here, please.
I will re-up the seeming.
Just to look like a average human, or still Charlotte?
To look like to look like Charlotte, but like a beleaguered, tired Charlotte.
I will never get used to that. Maven, would you like to remain, or would you like to go and see your children? They are asleep at the moment, but I can tell you where they are.
I would love to see my boys. Whatever needs to be told.
They have
been Calder to tell and Dell, and they, to be honest, know more of the truth of things than I.
They have been quite concerned for your safety. I believe that waking them up to see you would be wise.
Thank you, my king.
And he will let Maven and Anton and Kevin leave the room. And I will say that Kretha and Echo, whenever you want to re-enter the scene, you can re-enter the scene. Okay? Is there anything that I can get for the rest of you before we begin? I think that Echo and Kretha should be here for this.
I am inclined to agree. I'll help escort Anton to a place where he can rest.
Very well. Barnabas looks.
I'm just going to keep Anton inside of the sphere of range of seeming until he's secure.
Yeah.
I'll carefully parse out some of the items from the bag of holding, namely the armor and the shinier bits.
Barnabas looks tired. He looks, now that you notice it, it's not just that he was woken up in the middle of the night. He looks tired. He looks like someone who has been fighting a war for weeks.
Your Highness, do we have 15 or so minutes before the meeting?
Most likely, yes.
I'm going to introduce you to my new best friend, and I will pull Barnabas aside and cast catnap on us.
You've cast it on him before.
Yes.
The morning after the full moon.
So we'll call that a very quick
Sure.
break where he gets a short rest, and go ahead and bring in Echo and Kretha.
Does Dell stick around for the meeting? What does Dell do?
Dell went off to go fix wizards.
Oh yeah. The scrying.
And if Ghost shows up, that's also totally fine.
If Ghost is invited to the meeting, Ghost will show up. But otherwise, Ghost is probably like touching things that he's not supposed to be touching.
I will say, well, it is the middle of the night. Does Ghost sleep?
Ghost
is actually an elf that has elf properties, unlike Lore, who sleeps like a human.
So Ghost is probably wandering around touching things that he's not supposed to touch.
That he's not supposed to be touching.
I'm just imagining like Durgadin calmly trying to tell Ghost to not keep trying to spar the iron golems.
Yeah, probably that. Well, and the other thing is, like, for instance, between Kretha and Vic, I think Vic is actually the nocturnal one.
Yeah.
And it's one of those, like, if you assume that both of them sleep 8 hours a day, Vic sleeps those 8 hours during the day when Kretha's in the forge.
Yeah.
And they have like overlaps in like the dawn and dusk areas.
So yeah, we can say that as Kevin is going around collecting people, he can offer an invitation to Ghost as well. If he wants to join this meeting.
And Vic would be like, get out of my forge.
Basically.
Stop touching shit.
And 15 to 20 minutes later, I'll say that we all reconvene in the central chamber.
There is
right. Jen, if that makes sense to you.
Oh, yeah. It all makes sense.
Always got to have a forge master in the forge.
Yeah.
Gotta have somebody there.
Barnabas looks a lot better when the meeting starts. He's still like bone exhausted, but like he definitely looks better having had the benefit of an hour of sleep in 10 minutes.
As Echo enters the room and like spies Calder coming back to the room, fucking supersonic monk speed hug tackle. You're in one piece. Okay.
Grief is coming in
Well, I have
behind.
at least 2 or 3 extra pieces from the bones, but
Yeah. Is Calder down some HP right now?
he is down some HP, not a lot, but some
Yeah.
still.
Calder,
Hey, Grieva.
you're back. You're back. And she comes up to hug him too.
Okay, hugs.
And with a kiss on the cheek,
Worries.
we'll cast Cure Wounds on Calder.
Pushing me up the last way, it's fine.
I've already removed all the wounds, so we'll just go ahead and hand wave it.
Oh, that feels so much better. I've had a hell of a time. We'll talk about it. It'll be fun.
So, it has been approximately 12 days since you left.
That's what we're gathering.
And you said it was only 2 or 3 for you?
Yes.
All right.
As far as we can tell, the moment we stepped into the hut, we stepped into a weird liminal space of time.
Sven will say, yes, such things are known about the dancing hut.
And there's no fixed chart for it. From what I can tell, each room may follow a different metric of time. Some rooms might even go the wrong direction. I don't know.
And if you don't mind my asking, before we begin, who is our new friend? And he will look over at the halfling, who is very much trying to make himself scarce.
This is Fel. Fel is fine. You probably might know him by a different name.
A different name?
What's Fel? What's
that's
Fel's
fine.
name again?
Fel will step forward, and he will offer a fairly passable bow to Barnabas, and he will say, they call me Felgalos, the Flying Misfortune.
Oh my god, you were in a play my troop did. What? Sorry. Go. This is,
Yes. They didn't pay me anything for the likeness, by the way.
You should talk to the ringmaster about that.
Historical
fine.
figures do not need to have likenesses paid for.
I'm flattered that you consider me a historical figure.
You are several centuries old.
You're the flying misfortune.
I'm feeling a little bit out of place here, but I want you to know, King. I don't want to say my king. That seems like that's not quite the right thing to say. But
a king.
The correct
Your
term of address.
Majesty here.
Majesty.
The
Majesty.
correct term of address is your Majesty.
Your Majesty, I owe a great debt to several of these fine people. They found me in a situation that could have turned very ugly very quickly, and they befriended me without having any reason to do so, and I feel like I owe them a debt. If you don't want me to be present for these proceedings, I understand. I would not want me to be around for sensitive information personally, but I owe these folks a great deal, and I want to repay that debt.
So you were inside. You were inside the hut.
Yes, not necessarily by my own choosing. I was exploring. I saw a big fog bank. I crashed. I ended up in the hut and wandering for a time.
I do think that it would be appropriate to remove Fel from these proceedings. I would also suggest that we get him out of the Stone Tooth right away. It's only a matter of time before Nightscale senses the presence of another dragon.
Nightscale. Let me think.
I don't know. Is that going to be a problem?
Yes.
I don't
He's
know.
a metallic.
I don't know a Nightscale.
He's like a black one. He's like kind of a.
He's a chromatic black.
He's downstairs.
That's unusual. I would think I would know. How is he particularly young?
He is an adult, but not fully matured.
I see. Yes. In that case, if I am in another dragon's territory, that's an excellent idea. But I would like to meet up with all of you another time, and perhaps we can discuss how I can pay off my debt. Is there some place or time that I could meet with you?
Is there do we have a stronghold or major holding that could use some backup?
I mean, Mirabar's still being rebuilt.
Mirabar would actually be perfect.
And it's, within a flight of just a couple of hours.
Okay, I would love to.
Then might I suggest, Sven, can you make sure that Phil gets underway to Mirabar?
One other thing, I believe. Forgive me if I'm misremembering, but I believe you all said something about a wedding.
Yes.
Yes. Oh man, you guys are cutting it close. Getting back now.
Yes. Again, 3 days.
Very worried.
That's what we figured. We figured there
Meepo
was
would
like
have been
some
so
disconnect timeline-wise. Otherwise, I mean, oof.
Meepo would have been absolutely crushed.
I promised I would not miss it. I'm
Meepo.
back, so I can keep that promise.
That's
Meepo.
a name I recognize.
Dragon Rider. Might be
About
relevant to your realm.
About yay tall. He puts his hand almost up to as tall as he is. About yay tall, red with white highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, he's been
More white with time.
He and his youngling have been making some waves. Actually, they've been having some ideas that I kind of like. If he's getting married, I would like to attend. If you think that would be okay.
Then you shouldn't leave for Mirabar quite yet. We're gonna leave real soon.
Actually, Mirabar's on the way. It might still be written.
Ghost like has a moment where they like kind of snap back and then just gonna lean over at the Krita and go, "What are we talking about?"
Have you not been paying attention? We're talking about dragon affairs and Meepo's wedding. Have you not been paying attention? Everybody's talking about it.
Oh no, I zoned out.
Yes, I gathered that.
For several days.
It's all right. But yes, it's very important, big, fantastical thing. It's going to be great. Nice having something good and happy during this stressful time.
How are you getting to the wedding? I might be able to provide some help with transportation.
Yeah, we were thinking about flying. It's not too far of a flight.
I I can carry a few on my back. I can't. If there's any fighting, I can't have more than one or two on me. But like, if we're just going from one place to another, I could carry some folks. And I have a friend that I think would be very interested in coming along as well. Someone who really enjoys interacting with what they call the little people, what we dragons, I suppose, call the little people.
So it's another dragon.
I'd rather you meet him yourself before I say anything more, if you're okay with that. I don't. He's got his own secrets, if you know what I mean.
Then I suggest we let Fel rendezvous with us in Mirabar. It's on the way, and it will give Fel the opportunity to contact his friend.
Yeah. Be ready by next sunrise.
Absolutely can do, so long as I don't get lost or nothing bad happens on the way.
Can we please take Mr. Fell to an exit at the top of the Stone Tooth that does not in any way intersect the basement?
Can we send someone with him so he doesn't get lost?
Barnabas will say, you'll find that the main entrance through the Glitterhame has been repaired and is in good order. So yes, we can bring him out and we can take him to a place where he can discreetly fly off.
Good.
Master Felgalos, I want to thank you for being here, and I can only imagine that you must have been some assistance to my friends while they were in the hut. So you and I should probably have a private conversation at some point. Oh, he'll make another bow. He's blushing a little bit, and he'll be led out by. We'll put him into the fine care of Bevan and Bathu, who will take him out the front exit eventually. So now, to be clear, because a lot of names have been flying around, in the room right now, we have Barnabas, Sven, Calder, Echo, Ghost, and Kretha. Yes? I believe that's everybody?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless Dream is here invisible. But, I already checked for that.
You may have noticed that the room with the teleportation circle has been secured.
Yes, we did notice that detail.
There have been unauthorized uses of the circle, so we have placed a guard and a lock on it.
Unauthorized use?
Nothing as blatant as an invasion, but Sven tells me that the teleportation circle was used at times that did not line up with any comings or goings. So we placed a guard upon it.
Do we have a specific suspect, or would I be asked to hypothesize?
Well, now I would think that it might be Dream.
Yeah, it seems likely given circumstances.
But no, I don't. The Stone Tooth could be any number of wizards could be interested in what goes on here, but only a few would be subtle enough to be able to make it in, see what they wanted to see, and leave without us knowing.
Suffice to say, you should assume that Dream is an immediate threat and needs to be put down, at the least captured if possible.
I will put out the orders that he is to be brought in on sight.
And his death is preferable to his escape.
Yes.
You seem cheery after getting back from the hut. I take it things didn't go super great.
You might. No, Charlotte stayed behind.
Yeah, I was wondering why she wasn't here.
Not now. I just recounted it to His Highness. It is a big headache and a half.
How about we bring you up to speed on the situation here?
I appreciate that.
There's a lot to cover, so I'm going to give you broad strokes now, and I can give you more detail later if you wish.
Yes, Ghost?
No, this is I'm out of character.
Okay.
Ghost just reaches into a bag and just pulls out 2 glasses and then a bottle of whiskey.
Is playing a drinking game while everyone's watching.
Passes one to the left, to the right, to Calder. Just it's fine.
Calder Calder similarly fills his glass and goes, and will take it.
Oh no! He pours it for you and hands you a full one. It's fine.
Thank you.
Barnabas
doesn't even look over, just says thank you.
Barnabas has a tankard hooked to his belt, as many good dwarves do, and will sort of slide it over as he begins. If you look at the map, you should see that we have expanded our territory quite a bit since the last time you were here. We have not been idle in your absence.
I can see that.
Between the forces we already had to bear and the druids of the Emerald Enclave that came about a week ago, we have been able to recover quite a bit of space. We are attempting to establish a perimeter around the Gothias tree. We are attempting to make our way from here to there. We have secured several outposts. And he looks at Echo and kind of like grudgingly says, we've also established an underground route to the roots of the Gothias tree thanks to the Dwergar.
Arnon came through.
We believe that once whatever is about to happen begins to happen, we will have the ability to send forces underneath the tree and surprise the enemy.
We have verified several details that we theorized about the state of the Gothias tree and its structure and its utility.
Allow me to tell you what the druids of the Enclave have told me, and you can tell me if that is lines up with what you have said. Several of the higher-ranking druids of the Enclave have been studying the tree from afar.
Your mission was a success, I see.
Michael's been having fun.
They've been studying the tree from afar. And I don't know if this is something that you've learned, but the first thing they told me is that the amount of magical energy that is beneath the ground is so great that it could cause absolutely catastrophic loss of life across the entire continent.
Yes.
So that is something that your sources can verify.
Yes, that is.
I was hoping they were exaggerating.
Unfortunately, I knew that from the first description of this.
I mean, it was the theory that we got in the...
We were talking... The
plan originally was to attack and destroy the Gothias tree before the full moon, disrupt any rituals they wished to create, and perhaps the magical energy would disperse back to where it came from, but it does not sound like that is the case.
No, now the magic is too pressurized, to borrow a term. That much energy of the weave in one place would be extremely potent to release anywhere. It's tapping into ambient magics, old magics, and rechanneling old ley lines into one space, which will that energy must go somewhere.
So we know that we cannot simply stop the ritual. We must do something more. The druids have come up with a few potential contingency plans where they could delay the eruption, as it were, of the magic. But
one of the older guys was like, how about we move the moon? And everybody else shouted him down, so I don't think that was a real, option on the table. But
besides Saloon and Char would probably have something to say about that.
But the more reasonable options, disrupting, delaying, channeling it elsewhere.
Channeling it is going to be the only real option.
It
is where we channel it that is the question.
Now, as you relayed to me earlier, Natasha's plan is to channel it through the core of the hut, I believe is what you said.
To redirect the energy to redirect it to the hut for the purposes of ending its current owner, inverting its purpose away from what Baba Yaga intends to usurp the power. She wants to use it to attain true immortality, and Tasha wants to end her existing mortality.
How much do you believe And he looks at all of those of you who had gone to the hut, at least, which I believe at this point is just Calder. Just Calder. How much do you believe we need to be concerned with the machinations of Baba Yaga and her daughter?
When it comes to the machinations of Tasha has never exhibited any signs or interests in beyond furthering her own mystical understanding and severing her connections to those that would bind her. I believe her when she says that this is an effort to remove her from her mother's influence. Nothing about her character or history would suggest otherwise.
Sven will step in and say, well, I mean, Natasha the Dark is, she's known for her capriciousness. She keeps her word when she feels it is necessary, and she breaks it whenever she feels it is necessary.
Yes, but fortunately for us, where our goals align here, and in those circumstances, she isn't the sort to play with wishes. She's not the sort to seek ultimate infinite power. We know this because she's had multiple opportunities to seize it and hasn't.
So,
I do believe her when she says this is an effort to break a yoke.
And she's coming here?
Yes.
To coordinate with us beforehand?
Yes, essentially.
I have let the guards know to be on the lookout and to escort her to my presence as soon as they see her, and to not engage her or threaten her in any way.
Frankly, our side could use a practitioner of her magical ability. No offense, Sven.
Oh, none taken. I just... Look,
no,
she has great power, but she also has the will to use that power in ways that benefit herself. So yes, as long as our goals are aligned, we can count on her, I'm sure. But the moment they aren't, she can be a very, very dangerous opponent.
Yes, but right now our opposition includes Baba Yaga, a mystical fae entity of incredible power, some sort of Etin half-head that is apparently an extremely powerful archmage, and a rogue archdruid. 3 extraordinarily powerful casters. We have myself, Sven, and we lost Charlotte. We're a little shy on high-end spellcasters at the moment.
Well, I mean, we're not completely without magic on our side.
Not without magic, but we don't have anything out. But Tasha would far and away be the biggest weapon in our toolkit.
With all,
did you miss the dozens of druids we brought?
Yes, well, no, none of them hold a candle to Tasha.
Some of them are really fucking old.
They are, and some of them are quite powerful. But there's power and there's power. Yes.
And as powerful, and that will help even our odds against the other giant army of druids we're fighting.
In Blackstaff Tower, there are entire majors of study that are based primarily and exclusively around the study of Natasha the Dark. Yes. Nothing like that exists with any of the druids at our side. Maybe perhaps Vesper when he lived, but...
So right now, we need her help, regardless of our opinion on her motives.
Yes,
right.
I suppose we do.
Play nice with the witch when she gets here. Gotcha.
Also just prudent, because she's just a very potent spellcaster, and it's better if she likes you.
Fair.
You mentioned...
He'll also say something in Goblinoid 2 at Echo's direction. She's stupid hot.
Damn.
So you told me, King Barnabas says, I'm hoping that the differences in voices are obvious, that your brother Anton was under control of Belak and his roots.
Yes.
That is unsurprising. We have found spies in our midst. We have found those who were under the control of a new kind of magic, something different. You saw, of course, what happened to me, but what happened to me compared to what I've seen in some of my soldiers is 2 entirely different forms of magic. Whereas with me, it was roots and vines wrapping my body and forcing me to act in certain ways. with many of these people, it's been almost invisible to any but the most close scrutiny. It's been a big problem. There's been lots of infighting and accusations from one dwarf to another that someone is under the control of Belak, and we have not yet been able to find a way to undo without killing.
I mean, Vic's been working on it, which she and Charlotte came up with. We've been. It's a delicate thing.
My methodology for curing Anton involved casting blight on a corpse. So,
Say that again.
Oh, is that why she keeps kicking me out of the forge?
Yes, why do you keep bothering her? She's literally working on a cure right now. Leave her alone.
It's warm in the forge. It's warm there? And I get cold?
We have several prisoners in the cells, and as soon as a cure can be found, well, we're sure there's going to be a breakthrough soon, but we wanted you to know that anyone that you see may be infected if you don't look very closely. So that's why it's so important that we guard our words around those that we don't trust implicitly.
I see. So we must be very careful with what we share and with whom.
There are signs, but they are subtle and not always easy to see. And that brings you more or less up to speed. We have been fighting a war on several fronts. We are going on the offensive. We have taken a great deal of ground from the enemy, especially now that the full moon has passed.
But we still have 16, but there's only, 16 days until the full moon proper, so 15 days until it's a problem?
Yes. There have been attacks on our camps as well, of course. There's been back and forth.
Yeah, we got jumped by assassins on the way to Baba Yaga's hut.
That was the other thing I was going to say. I could only assume that the other side would be interested in the hut and in Baba Yaga as well, which is probably why you encountered Anton there. Do you know what his mission was when he was in the hut?
It appeared to be assassination. He was there and slew several targets. He did not seem to know what his exact mission was.
All right.
Which is very similar to what you're saying here. So it sounds like they are being remotely piloted, essentially.
So Anton was in the hut.
Yes. And so was Chomper, that large lizard thing that was with him. That one did not come back nearly as intact.
Sounds like
I turned into a T-Rex.
Very exciting.
What do you suggest we do about Anton? He is still known as the hero of the defense of the Stone Tooth to many of my soldiers and many of those in Mirabar. He is still known as a capable general and a hero.
Is there a major battle being planned? Another major excursion?
Yes. There are always several, but yes.
Once Dreamer is dealt with, one form or another, either we try to capture him, we do capture him, or we kill them. Regardless of how that hashes out, Anton should be the leader of the next offensive.
Well, one might lead to the other. Anton's kind of the perfect bait.
I don't think so. Dreamer would run.
No, not just for Dreams, but for all these other operatives that are supposedly in the mountain. Anton's got perspective from being controlled by the other side, and he's here and up and walking.
Using him as an advisor to find other agents to offer his insights, that would be prudent. It would also give him something to do while resting and recovering.
Also, he might be a target if they want to shut him up, and then hey, we at least know where they're going to try to be.
Well, that's why I suggest
killing him.
That's why I suggest we use him and his associated legend in a dramatic fashion. Allow him to make a big splash upon his return, reminding everyone to his power. That will galvanize the troops. It'll be a big boost to morale. And it will also paint a big target on him so that a bunch of would-be assassins come out of the woodwork to try and get him.
Yeah.
Sven will speak up again, and he'll say, you took care of him while he was in the hut, yes?
He was killed while in the hut.
Okay, and then brought back, apparently.
Yes.
I attempted to check in on you all several times while you were gone. When you didn't come back in a few days, I attempted at least twice every day to look in on you and see where you were. And at every single juncture, I was unable to see or hear anything about you, no matter what magics I brought to bear.
That would have more to do with the metaphysics of the hut itself than anything else. We were apparently on several different layers of different planes of existence.
Yes, but what I'm saying is, Belak may know one way or the other, because he may or may not have... We know very little about how much he knows about his operatives, but the majority of the people on that side of the battle won't know. They'll have no way of knowing that he's been liberated.
Correct. After we killed Anton, very definitively he was dead, and then we cleansed him of all of the plants and all of the components. I personally scoured every inch of his essence and burned out anything remotely plant-like.
Is it possible to, for lack of a better term, use him as a plant in the enemy?
Never be ashamed of that pun. It was brilliant.
Also, I don't think it would work.
I don't think it would work. When it comes to mind control, there's a layer of certainty. As far as they were piloting him as an automaton, not as an agent they could talk to.
I see.
He wouldn't ping as undead. He wouldn't ping as possessed anymore.
They would see him immediately for what he is and would remove him or kill him.
So we should make the assumption that the enemy is aware of his defection, as it were.
No, we should treat him as if the enemy believes him to be dead, and then any reveal that we make of his, they'll either assume is a fake, or if they believe it's him, he's a target. Either way, he's a target.
Barnabas will look around at everyone one more time, and he'll say, "Friends, it's late. I believe that any further talk we can delay until at least tomorrow. But is there any other information that you feel is of absolute urgency? We have planning to do." And
Jeff is scouring for his memory for other things.
Sven will look at Barnabas and say, "Yes, and you are incredibly exhausted because you keep insisting on leading battles yourself."
I mean, some of those Barnabases were me, but yeah.
Yes, but that's... No offense intended, but that's fine. But when the actual king is at the front of the fight, we've had this conversation, Sven. My presence is both good for morale, and also you know that I'm not the type to stay cloistered up here in this tower. Just let it go, okay? And there's clearly a tension here.
It's not like he's going to listen to you any more than he's listening to me, Sven. So.
This is what I've had to deal with, he says to Calder. Everyone around me seems to think that I need to stay put here, safe and sound, instead of on the field where I belong.
I think you should come to the wedding, but that's just me.
Your Highness, you don't want to hear my opinion on the matter.
The wedding, yes. I would love nothing more than to take the time to go to the wedding. But I am needed here.
But Calder's back. He made it back in time. If we go with Calder, we can come back in a snap.
Once our exit from the wedding will be as easy as me casting a spell.
I am going to need...
It wouldn't really be that long.
I'm going to need a persuasion check from one of you, and go ahead and take advantage, because obviously there's assist happening here.
All right, persuasion. I only have a +1.
I have a +9.
Okay, go ahead and roll that. Take advantage. Let's see what happens.
I'll take 24.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, we still have a couple of days. Let me think about it, all right?
It is something that we have to take. Echo, I know.
Your
We
Highness,
all want to go to the wedding, but we
I
can't
appreciate
leave.
your restraint, but I also dislike wasting time. What do you want to deal with?
Look,
Wrapping up your affairs and ensuring that and spending that time ensuring that your absence will not be as keenly felt, or spend that time refuting me, myself, and Echo from convincing you to come.
Yes, fine.
Calder, at least listen to me for a moment. You do realize that that would be both the king and the mistress of the forge
Yes.
gone from this place in the middle of a war.
Yes, I'm aware.
It is
These,
a large.
there's a benefit that you are not seeing.
All right. What is the benefit?
It projects strength in a huge degree to feel confident in your army's position, in your power and your strength, to step away from battle, attend what is essentially a court function, a party, a whim. It would be good for your morale. It would be good for everyone's morale, and it projects strength to our neighbors and allies that we feel
I
comfortable
do
enough to go
understand
get.
that. I understand the strength, but at the same time, that is a giant liability, not just here in the Stone Tooth. Out at the wedding. That's if they attack there. We don't.
The probability of them striking that far south with any force of worth consequence
I know.
is extremely small. And even if they do manage it, I can't imagine something as catastrophically stupid as attacking the wedding of a dragon rider with all of us there.
I know,
And
you just
multiple
don't know what it's
dragons,
about.
apparently.
Barnabas will turn to Ghost and will say, "Do you have an opinion on this?"
What?
As I suspected. Look, here's what I can commit to. If one of you can reach out to Meepo and ask him, he invited me, yes, but as a monarch, I am going to need an honor guard. There is certain forms that have to be held. Yes, there's certain, all of the court function things you speak of. If he and his spouse, his soon-to-be bride, are willing to entertain myself and an honor guard, then yes, I will attend.
Echo is already casting sending. Hey, Meepo! Barnabas wants to come, but wants to make sure it'd be okay if he also brought all of his guards. Like, I think it's okay, but he just wanted to double check. Let us know!
I'm just going to assume that was 25 words. We will check it later in post. I might even put a counter up here, as to how many words that was.
My cursory glance was about 23 words, so
We'll see. We'll see. Oh,
We'll
that's
see.
true. It came up in the subtitles. Anyway.
Yeah, but
Yes.
It was a very, very quick glance, so...
We still need to get together and make plans as to what to do on the next full moon, but I have a feeling that conversation will have to wait until whenever Natasha decides to make her presence known.
Yes.
So unless there's anything else, I believe we should adjourn to our beds.
Echo's waiting for Meepo's reply.
It's late.
It's possibly... Oh, in which case, I have a much better option.
It still gets beamed
No,
into
it
his
still
head.
goes through, right?
Well,
He
no, but
wakes up.
Unless he's shielded from scrying, which I don't think he is.
that's a weird thing. Sending isn't clear about what happens if the target's asleep.
It doesn't. It's not. No, I would. So the ruling that I'm going to make is kind of like if someone walks into the room and talks to you while you're asleep, there's a pretty good chance that you'll wake up. It's not 100%, but there's a pretty good chance that you're going to wake up. So I'm going to assume that he does. And you're going to get a sleepy response that says, guards have to leave their weapons outside the citadel, but yes. Which is definitely under 25 words.
Yeah. Hey, you said it was okay.
Fine. Sven, will you make the arrangements? I know that you've been pushing me to do this as well. And Sven looks absolutely delighted given that he was pressured to go out to Waterdeep by this very same Barnabas.
Turnabout is fair play.
It would be my pleasure, Your Majesty. Don't call me that.
Sven, you enjoyed that way too much. I'm so happy for you.
So let's go ahead and scene change. Everyone gets a long rest. It's been a little bit more than an hour. We still have some time. Do we want to do anything more in or around the Stone Tooth, or do we want to jump straight to Mirabar?
I say straight to Mirabar because, like Handwave, we made the appropriate arrangements. We talked to the relevant parties. We headed out.
Yeah. So as far as who is going with the party, leaving towards Mirabar, towards the Sunless Citadel, because Barnabas got his own invitation, Echo's +1 is Axel the Kobold.
Axel,
the guy who came here to establish
the one who is currently
under Nightscale.
The one who's currently working under Nightscale. Yes.
Yeah.
And Axel will mention that he isn't entirely sure how his presence will be received, but his hope is to establish diplomatic ties between the Calcrix clan and the Nightscale clan.
Nightscale and Calcrix have been working together to fight the armies that we are both facing. That should not be difficult.
Yeah, but that is who Echo is bringing with us is +1.
There is one thing that Calder will do, which is once we get to Mirabar, provided that people are with us, this is where like he'll like say, okay, everyone, like drags them into like what serves as the garment district and just buy a bunch of different clothes, and then we'll cast his new spell to update everyone's wardrobe.
I mean, you could have been doing that during the days of prep.
And Barnabas, of course, is going to have people gathering gifts, right? Like if you're a king and you are going to someone's wedding, you are going to be bringing a caravan and gifts. And then, wait a second, we can't travel over land though. So for a little while, there's a bit of a discussion as to what gifts are appropriate to bring. I can't bring 3 tons of adamantine because the dragons aren't going to be able to fly that over, and there isn't enough time for an overland caravan. Eventually, they settle on an itemized list of the gifts that are going to arrive, and the caravan is going to set out, but it's going to take quite some time to get there, of course. But the distance between the Stone Tooth and the Sunless Citadel is not super duper great, but it's definitely going to be a lot slower than traveling via Dragonback / Broom.
Calder would suggest bring a single ingot of adamantine to present as representative of the gift.
Yeah.
A preview.
As well as, and some of the things are jewels and some of the things are magical items that were created in the forge. Including, we're going to say, a short sword that is wrought to look like a dragon breathing fire, where the fire is the blade. Or breathing,
Echo,
yeah.
Echo had that short sword that was from the Sunless Citadel way, way back when that he doesn't use anymore. He probably could have given it over to Barnabas to do some extra cool sprucing up, put some details on it.
When they go to enchant the fire blade, Calder will at that point interject and will use if providing you'll allow, we'll use transmute magic on the bullshit of the sword to turn it into frost because it's an ice dragon.
Love it. Perfect. Yes, absolutely. Approved.
So instead of a fire blade, someone's a blade of ice instead.
So I know Calder asked Ghost to be his +1. Who's Kretha's +1?
That's a good question.
I thought it was going to be General Bone Wolf.
Yes, although you have to think about the fact that Kretha is also struggling with the fact that we're taking so many people away during the middle of this war, and there is a part of her that is very concerned.
Yeah, the question is who's left in charge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you'd probably want to leave Bone Wolf to handle martial matters.
And Sven will probably be remaining as well to handle political matters. So Kretha does technically get a +1.
My fucked up brain says, you should reach out to your dad.
Ew, no.
Ew.
Well, also, he's all
Hold on. That requires a little bit of a thing.
He's not all the way in Schultz. He's in the south.
+1. It's Durgaden.
Oh, that's fair.
He does travel with you.
For folks watching, it's been a while since we talked about this, so let's just say that Kretha is quite estranged from her family. and
Yes.
leave it at that for now.
Well, yeah, I know it's quite estranged from the family, but like that would be Kretha like flexing, like, "Hi, I'm more important than you now."
No,
I mean,
think,
yeah,
like,
but not in the middle of a freaking war. That just that's too much.
Time to flex on
Kretha,
your
that would
political
drive
opponents.
Kretha batty. Like,
So
no.
so I think in character, when they're all getting ready to go and take off, Echo would be like, "Kretha, where's your +1?" And then she would respond.
My +1. Well, isn't it obvious where my +1 is?
Your short sword?
He's
Oh,
like
you're talking
looking
about
behind
me.
you.
Yes.
Oh,
Durgadin's voice will boom out. Yes, you're talking about me. We're walking or teleporting, right? Right?
We have arranged transport.
Unfortunately,
Excellent.
we are not. We are flying.
We're... Oh.
How about you go to your safe, happy place and go to sleep?
Oh, you spoiled the surprise.
Durgadin will not say anything after that. So, and also to be clear, Clarion is or is not rendezvousing with them?
Clarion will be coming, yes. I assume that would he be meeting them in Mirabar then?
It seems
or-
like with a quick sending, it would be very easy for everyone to gather at Mirabar and then fly out. And then M, Ghost is going. Is Lore going? Lore has been in interactions with Meepo during the Sunless Citadel, but they're not like... Lore wasn't there when Meepo...
I think you mean Hyacinth.
I mean
no,
both.
Hyacinth just popped out a baby.
Hyacinth, Hyacinth is staying behind to take care of the chillins.
Lore would be going, like as a representative of, like that holding.
And to be clear, Hyacinth is extraordinarily wealthy and powerful, so this is not a trivial thing. Sending a representative from the house of Hyacinth, remind me of the surname. One more time?
Duchamp.
Having a representative of Viscount Duchamp is a very, very important thing. Marquis. Edgelord, right.
There is one more thing I do need to do before we leave.
What's that?
Talk to Anton about what happened to his mom.
Yeah, he I'm not going to say he's been patient, but yes, let's you and I do that very quickly. I'm going to set up the 2-camera thing, so it's just you and me. Everyone else, you can take a break if you want. This is going to take me a few moments to set up. So, this is the next day, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
The next day after... Now, I assume that Anton was also put in one of these rooms that locks from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you approach, how do you open, as they say on the internet?
I will follow the person who feeds the prisoner while invisible.
He's not a prisoner, he's a guest.
I will follow the person who feeds the guest while invisible.
Yeah.
I will alert the appropriate powers that this is happening. So the statement is, do you hear talking on the inside of the cell / room? No, you didn't.
Well, also it's important because certain magic using folks in the Stone Tooth have been told to keep an eye out for invisible people. So, this is known to the general. Okay.
The relevant powers are warned, but critically, and so people are like told, for this specific cell at this specific time, look the other way.
Yeah, no problem. So there's a tapping on the door inside. Just leave the food and go. And the door is opened. They put the tray of food on a table and take away the tray from the previous evening, which was just piled high with dishes. Like, he ate a shonen anime amount of food the night before.
His carb requirement is enormous.
And you're able to slip in just before they close and lock the door.
Mm-hmm.
And he begins to eat.
This is at least they're at least treating you well.
Jesus
Activity.
fucking Christ, man. Don't do that to me. He almost chokes on the bite of food that he had while invoking the name of a deity that doesn't exist in this canon. What?
It's time we had that talk.
So you are going to make time for me. Okay.
You'll pardon me, I was a little busy.
Yeah, fine. But like family first, right?
There's going to be a beat there, and then we both laugh at that.
Look, all right. You and I have not exactly seen eye to eye, I know.
That's true.
But
It's true.
you said some shit about Mom.
Yep.
And I want to know if you were just bullshitting me to get me out? Like, is that what happened? What?
I'm going to tell you exactly what I know. You can take my word for it, but it has been verified to me by 2 sources.
Holy shit. It's been like 3 sentences and you haven't said anything like fucking snooty to me. I'm a little bit concerned now. Holy shit. This is a real thing, isn't it?
I know the exact reasons that led to your mother's death.
All right.
I know how it happened. I know where it happened. I know the consequences of it. And I know what he got out of it.
Look, just don't keep me in suspense. They said it was a hunting accident. I know that it wasn't. Just out with it, okay?
Father sacrificed her as an offering to Lady Glaisa, mistress of the 6th Circle.
And what?
He sacrificed her to an archdevil.
I know who Glaisa is. And what? What did he get in return?
Power, a contract, and me.
You.
Her payment, actually. He sacrificed her, made an offer, a deal, a contract that would give him power, influence, make the arrangements so that he would have everything he asked for, a powerful marriage, a mystically significant bloodline, and for himself power that others would not know how to counter. Magic treasures, wealth, and the ability to elevate his family to greatness. In exchange, Glaisa wanted one thing from him, in addition to the contract. And that was for him to sire me.
It always comes back to you, doesn't it?
I didn't exactly ask to be here.
No, you didn't. But it always comes back to you. My mother, she believed that he really, truly loved her. We all know how Albrecht treated women.
Calder will grit his teeth so hard at that, there's more.
There's more.
One that I hope we can see eye to eye on.
The glaive appears in his hand, but he just kind of grips it like he doesn't even notice it's there.
We have a younger brother. No, Anton. We have a younger brother. There is one younger than me.
Go on.
They're an infant. And they represent a violation of his contract.
Father welched on a deal. That's a fucking surprise.
And not for lack of trying. Apparently, he has sired and slain dozens of unwanted mothers. And the only reason this one is alive is in spite of his efforts, not because of them.
That fucking bastard.
I have no intention of letting this continue.
And what, dear brother, are you planning to do about it?
I want to make you a proposal. In this proposal, you and I set aside our differences, and you help me deal with Father.
I hope that what you mean is to kill the bastard.
I would never deny you that pleasure.
So, to be clear, he killed my mother, the one person that I actually think he cared about. To what? Send an invitation. To open a door. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, he reduced your mother to a letter.
And he made so many others suffer. He will scream in rage in a way that I can't do now without silencing my microphone. And he will break down for a moment. And he'll say, and just so that I'm sure that I hear you correctly, this deal that he made led directly to you and led directly or indirectly to this other sibling that you say we have.
Yes.
How do you know this?
That I do not wish to share.
Calder,
But
now is not the time. Now is not the time for your bullshit.
I know because Glaisa told me.
What were you doing? Talking to Glaisa?
She extended an invitation for a talk, and I accepted.
Did you know? Did you know that she was your mother when you did?
No. I suspected, did not know.
So you accepted a meeting with an archdevil who told you these things. His grip on his glaive tightens more. Why should I not kill you and then him? Yes, I know. I know you've beaten me. But that was before. Why should I not take your life first? If you're the symbol of what my father did, why should I not take your life first?
Calder will slam the shadow staff on the ground because I want to give you what you want, you idiot.
Idiot.
I want to help you kill Father because he deserves it.
Because I need your help.
Yes. He's smarter than you. He is stronger than you.
And so are you, is what you're saying.
No. You were kicking my ass. If it wasn't for Delmain, I wouldn't have beaten you.
That guy.
What I am saying is that you have influence over Silas. I have influence over our sisters. And I know that between all of us, Albert doesn't stand a fucking prayer.
Do you think he suspects?
No.
Do you think he knows an attack is coming?
I think he knows an attack is coming. I don't think he would expect it. He would expect it from me. He may expect one from you. The last thing in this plane he could ever expect is for us to work together.
I guess you've got me there.
So I propose a very, very simple exchange.
I'm listening.
We deal with Father. We remove him from the board. I have tools that can help, and we have assistants. Once he is undone, I will leave the succession uncontested. You are the firstborn son. It belongs to you.
Why would you do that?
Because then you can give me the one thing I want.
Which is?
I want you to banish me from the family, me and our younger brother, to fuck off to wherever we want. Never to give me reprisal, never to hunt us down, never to deal with us. To us, we don't exist. To you, we do not exist.
That is, it sounds an awful lot like you giving me what I want again. You gotta understand, I'm a little bit, I'm aware of how smart you are. I'm aware of how cunning you are.
Mm-hmm.
How do I know you're not bringing me into a trap? I don't think that you would side with Father against me or anybody else. I know that you've got that core of you that needs to take revenge for this, but how do I know that you're not going to kill me after?
Because he made me party to a murder. He killed someone that was loved, that was wanted, that belonged here. He made me part of that. Everything I am, everything I've done, is a result of his bargain. I don't have anything that is mine. And this is me getting it. I cast aside anything he wants from me, including his plans for me. I want none of it. I want Father's legacy undone. I want Father to not only fall, but fail utterly. And that means, since I don't want to die, I will put you on the family throne, and you will send me and our younger brother to fuck off to wherever we want and forget we exist.
He's gonna reach out to the flagon of water that was brought as part of the meal, and he will shakily pour a glass, and he'll take a sip. All right. Okay. Yeah, I think we've got a deal.
You can bring Silas into the fold, and I can talk to our sisters. I don't think we can involve any others.
No, of course not. The others would try to stop us. There are those that know how much of a monster our father... Well, I thought I knew how much of a monster our father was.
Oh, there's one thing Albert's always been good at. It's being underestimated.
How and when do you want to do it?
I am going to the wedding. I want to coordinate it. I believe that Father will be attending the main estate by 2 weeks end, I believe, just before the full moon.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in. But after that, when you say
we'll see how we feel.
When you say fuck off forever, no, I want you to fuck off forever.
There is a caveat to that, Anton. And that caveat is you leave us alone. If anyone comes for us, if there is an assassin or a whisper or anything that sounds like you're attacking me, undermining me, removing me, or doing anything that moves against me, I will come down on you like the fist of an angry god.
I think we understand each other.
Good. Because, Anton, there's one thing I always believed about you.
What's that?
And that is that you loved your mother.
His hand flexes a couple more times on the glaive.
And I want you to know, I have always envied that.
Leave me. Now, please. When I open my eyes, I don't want to see you here.
Calder will reach into his pocket and will place something on the table, and will stand up and leave.
And when Anton opens his eyes, what does he see on the table?
Calder's signet ring.
With that, I'm going to move us back over to the table.
Everyone else, hey, we're going to a wedding. Let's have fun.
As Calder closes the door and walks away, there's another bellow of rage that he can hear behind the wall.
I'll look to the very confused guard and go, they're having a hard time.
If there's nothing else, we'll go ahead and fast forward to the rendezvous in Mirabar.
Yay.
And Mirabar, a couple of weeks is not enough to rebuild a city, right? But it is enough to clear out the streets and to begin rehoming folks. So it doesn't look like it did the last time you were here. It is no longer like rubble and destruction. It's, I lived in Santa Rosa during the Tubbs fire. So, I've seen a little bit about, what it looks like when folks begin to reconstruct. The buildings are still broken, but most of the detritus is gone, and people are in a much better mood. And you walk into the inn that you designated for meetups, and in the inn, you find that Lore and Clarion are already seated at a table. You see Fell, and seated to the right of Fell is a youngish looking elf with silver hair. And as you approach, they'll notice you and stand up. And Fell will say, "Oh, so glad you made it. We've been helping with some of the rebuilding. A lot of the folks around here know who I am, which is a little bit uncomfortable, but, that form is much better for moving large amounts of debris than this one."
In your defense, you showed up after the misfortune, so...
Yeah, thank God for that, because... Anyway, may I introduce, amusingly, Clarion. And the elf will stand and offer a hand to Calder and say,
That's not going to get confusing at all.
"I have heard a great deal about you, my hopefully future friend. My name is Clarion. I've heard a little bit about your troubles. I've heard a little bit about what's been going on, and I'd like to offer my assistance as well as my participation in the wedding of Meepo of Calcrix."
Ah.
I'm going to ask for a quick history check. Take advantage if you believe your character has a particular interest in the history of dragons.
Jeff knows who this character is.
I think Echo's heard of who this character is. Probably in a play.
Ghost has no idea. Ghost is like two people with the same name. That's just not...
Ghost hasn't met First Clarion.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, why is this confusing? What?
Calder is an established nerd.
Okay.
I feel like Ghost is like, silver hair. Black hair, white skin, I like it.
So
Oh my.
hold on. Ghost and Kreetha, not a clue. The name does not ring any bells, except Kreetha, knows a Clarion. But yes, I will say that both Echo has heard of the Silver Dragon Clarion, and Calder has as well. What you know of him primarily is that, number one, he is one of the he's one of the dragons that that is most interested in the goings on of ordinary folks, of humans, of dwarves, of elves, and also that he likes to collect things. But he's not just like the other dragons that like to collect material things. He does that too, let's be real. But his big thing is he likes to collect lore and history. He likes to be around when historical events happen.
Does he have an epithet?
He doesn't, no. Okay, so into the scene.
So,
he holds out his hand.
Echo is laughing his ass off and pointing at our Clarion, like it's gonna get confusing.
It's not going to get that confusing. I obviously look rather dead.
You're a lot more lively than the last time I saw you. Gives Clarion a hug.
Please, you're only slightly
Really
less
good to
shy.
see you.
Yeah.
Will be very enthusiastically shaking Clarion's hand, like your reputation precedes you, sir.
Well, hopefully for the better.
I wrap my black dragon scaled hand around this.
He takes note. And with that, friends...
Oh, shit. We'll do this after. It's fine.
Okay.
With that, friends, we are going to take a quick break that is going to be several days for us, but only a few seconds for you watching at home, so please do stick around. We might actually insert a 5 to 10 minute break here for viewers who have to go and use the restroom.
So that we can be wearing the exact same thing next session. So
We begin the second half of our story in an inn in Mirabar, enjoying a drink with what appear to be a ruddy halfling, a silver-haired elf, a bard that looks a little bit off,
Green,
an Eladrin, and you three.
Yeah.
And I believe the last thing was Clarion standing up and saying something along the lines of, "Oh, it is so good to meet you at last. I've heard so much."
Yeah.
And that's where we're going to jump in.
Yeah.
Clarion, meet Clarion.
Oh, we are well acquainted now. We were trying to determine whether or not he was actually named after me. Always a possibility where dragons are concerned.
There's always a
I imagine
possibility where my parents are concerned.
I imagine that over a long enough metric, you probably run across several people that are named after you.
Yes, not all of them are ones that I would like to share my name, but one cannot control such things.
Are we ever going to run across somebody named after Nightscale or Calcrix?
I mean,
They are-
kobolds, probably.
They are young yet. They have not established themselves with any sort of reputation, but one never knows. So, a wedding! I love weddings!
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've already gone over the fact that you're welcome to come with us.
Yes, and I have heard of Meepo of Calcrix as well. His story has spread to my ears. I'm something of a collector of stories. You might call them my
I
hoard.
have to know stories are being told about Meepo.
They are indeed, as well as yourselves.
No, I'm bored of hearing stories about us. I want to know what Meepo was talking about. That sounds fascinating.
Well, I mean, we have a bit of a long flight if we want to get started and tell stories along the way.
Yes, of course. We can provide transportation unless you have something more suitable.
No, I think most of us are like, we have enough rooms for the pairs of people who were coming from the Stone Tooth of the yeah.
And Fell kind of looks up
Greenfield
over his
looks
cup and
greener
goes.
than usual.
Fell looks up over his cup again and goes, "Hi again. Good to see you."
But I don't know, gestures at Clarion and Lore. Y'all have flying transport, or are you gonna ride on some friends?
How did they get here?
I mean, either teleportation or hoofing it or flight. Those are your options.
Yes, we can carry you. That's not a problem.
Well,
Yeah. And the area, as I believe I described last time, around Mirabar is much less of a wasteland now than it was before. A lot of the rubble has been cleaned up. Obviously, buildings are still destroyed. It takes time for these things to be rebuilt, but Mirabar itself is more or less cleaned up. As a note to the folks watching, by the way, hi and thank you for watching. All of us are exhausted for various reasons, so this might be a little bit of a funky session. So if I trail off in sentences or do something strange, it's because my brain is very fuzzy right now.
I had my foot broken on purpose.
Was there anything else that folks wanted to do or say in Mirabar before we get moving? I'm going to be mostly hand-waving the travel because there isn't going to be anything of significance happening while you're in the air.
no, I mean, not really. Just maybe we share some stories on the way south.
Calder will pamper himself for at least a little bit because it's been too long. So he's he'll remind himself that he is a civilized noble.
Oh yeah, do people need to pick up last minute wedding gifts here in Mirabar, like good wine, bolts of silk?
Money is not much of an object for this group anymore.
Not really.
What are folks thinking when it comes to wedding gifts?
Like
Well,
Echo already has his.
Yeah, Greetha made her wedding gift. Clarion would have bought something. Yeah, so we probably already have wedding gifts situated.
And of course, because I haven't mentioned it yet, Barnabas is he coming with you or is he going in a separate caravan? I forget.
Yeah,
He was supposed to be
with you.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, he was supposed to be well protected.
Yeah, we have.
Let me remind everybody.
It's like 5 to 7 Kingsguard also came with.
So you've got the Kingsguard. So I guess they got to be flying too.
Yep.
Well, we've
One
already
of which is fire.
we have already established that several of the dwarves do have flying brooms as well, despite dwarves' general distaste for that particular method of travel.
To a place where.
Yes, it's been at least a couple of weeks since we recorded the first half of the session, so we're all still getting our bearings, and that's totally fine, understandable. I may or may not edit this bit out.
Right.
So, stories are
Let's fly
told.
south.
Yes. Clarion is a dragon. Clarion is an adult silver dragon, absolutely gorgeous, reflective scales, not quite chrome but close, like burnished silver, as silver dragons are. And, of course, Felgalos, the copper dragon, who you've seen before. So long as you're not doing any death-defying acrobatics, each can carry 3 or 4 people, because adult dragons are pretty big, it turns out. And, yes, stories are exchanged. It turns out Meepo has been sort of making a name for himself around Neverwinter Wood and around the northern area, patrolling and making sure that orc incursions don't come down from the north, and helping out with that. Him and Calcrix are not quite household names at this point, but they have been seen out and about since you've been gone.
Good. I'm proud.
I think at one point Echo asks, wait, Silver Marshes, points at Dragon Clarion. Is this like your kind of area, or are you like fell and like just go all over the place?
Well, it's a long story. I don't believe it was named for me. I'm not. I don't claim ownership or anything, but I do spend a great deal of my time in this area. Yes.
I like it. It's consistent theming.
Clarion has his own stories of giants going crazy and battles, and he basically establishes himself essentially as a bard as well. He clearly has a knack for collecting and telling stories and a flair for the dramatic.
I can't decide whether him and my Clarion are like getting along famously or not.
Right? Are they too similar or just similar enough to get along?
Yeah, that's a tough one.
As a side note, because I have utilized Clarion as an NPC in other games before, and it was hilarious to me that we ended up having a character named Clarion in this game. Loved it.
You have done this to yourself.
Now, I had previously up here on the map marked where the Sunless Citadel is on the map, but because of updates to the software, those marks have been moved. It's somewhere, if I recall,
to the northern corner of the Neverwinter Woods.
Yeah, somewhere up in this general vicinity. It's not super important. What is important is that it used to be, the last time you were at the Sunless Citadel, it was an almost unmarked area, like down in a canyon that no one knew about.
Right, the closest village was Oakhurst?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, the path to the Sunless Citadel was at best like an animal run, like a game trail. But as you're flying over and you begin to approach, you note that the path leading to the canyon is much wider and flatter, as though some work has been done to it. You wouldn't quite call it a road just yet, but it is something that like a wagon could go over without any problems, and it does look like it has been traveled just a bit.
It is a true path.
Yes. And as you land, you also note that the staircase going down into the canyon has been well maintained also, and has like rails on it now, as opposed to just being where we last left off, just a horrible like descent into darkness. It looks
as
like
we approach?
Yeah, it looks like an actual like space now. It's pretty nice. But it is still narrow. You still have to go down.
Yeah. Are there any guards at the top or any people on the path as we are flying over?
Let's start with what time it is. So, do we recall, and it's been a little while, do we recall when you all showed up in Mirabar? Whenabouts, and I'm good to work with whatever, whenabouts will you all be arriving?
We left early morning to get there, so it'd be about mid-morning when we get there. So it'd be about 6 to 8 hours of flight down to here. So it's like late evening into early night.
Then yes, I will say that there are sharp-eyed folks. I'm not going to make you do any sort of perception check. Sharp-eyed folks will notice a couple of kobolds hanging out near the entrance. Kobolds don't like going out during the day for the most part, but if it's evening shading on night, then yes, you will spot a couple of guards that are sort of making themselves scarce in the trees nearby the entrance to the Citadel.
All right, so as soon as we clock eyes on like the actual canyon, Echo is going to send a message to Meepo that they are inbound and will be landing in a few minutes.
Lovely. And spiraling down so that there isn't a horrible steep descent on all of you. What did I name the ghost dwarf again? Durgadin.
Durgadin.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Durgadin ceased screaming about an hour into the flight. So he's been quiet for a while now, but Kreetha definitely senses his extreme relief as you step off of the dragon and onto solid earth again.
Well, and he feels her extreme relief now too. Because remember, she has a lot of the same issues because she's got dwarf in her head. You know, and she wasn't super a fan of flying either. And although I think she would now, I don't know whether I would have her fly or teleport because both of those suck really hard for her.
And since it takes a few minutes to sort of spiral from the air down to a landing, and since you sent a message to Meepo, you will be greeted by an honor guard of about a half a dozen kobolds in armor that looks somewhat similar to the armor that Meepo, or that was made for Meepo by Calder's family. Now, Jeff, I would like to know, and part of this whole wedding scene we are going to be building together, because this is very much a collective scene. Meepo has made friends with other members of Calder's family, given the time that he spent there training and learning. Yes?
Specifically his sisters, yes.
So that's what I was about to say. As you descend down the stairs, which again used to be this ominous trek down into darkness, but now feels a little bit more like comforting. There are torches sort of lining the staircase. Mm-hmm. And as you make your way down and the citadel comes into view, you're able to see that it is, again, in much better repair. The trap door in front of the front gate that you had wedged open the last time you were here is no longer in evidence. And you will be met at the front door by Calder's sister, as well as a couple of others who have already arrived.
This is most likely Antimony.
Antimony.
She's the debutante, obsessed with modern finery and fashion. She has likely injected tremendous quantities of modern Faerun court into their little world.
And tell me a little bit about her reaction to Calder. What's their relationship like?
She would be full of stars and be so happy to see him.
Tackle hug.
Yeah, pretty much.
Excellent.
They are fine. They get along. They get along better than anyone else because they're the ones that are the most courtly of the family.
We were concerned that you wouldn't make it in time. They've been the ceremony's supposed to begin in an hour or so. We're very glad you were able to make it. This place is amazing, by the way.
What is this?
Oh yes, of course. And she'll step back and let you breathe. Oh, you must introduce me to your friends.
I'm so happy to see you here. I didn't anticipate you'd be here. Otherwise, I would have hurried.
Oh, as though I would miss it for anything. Our Meepo getting married. Married. I didn't even know kobolds did that.
They don't.
Are you going to introduce us?
Please. Antimony, please meet my adventuring companions, and we'll do the round of introductions. This is my sister, Antimony Cheval.
She'll give a courtly sort of half bow, half curtsy.
Second sister, fourth born of Albrecht.
Any friends of my brother and of my other brother Meepo are friends of mine.
We've met before. Echo gives her a smile. I was briefly at your estate when, dropping off all the other goblins that used to live here.
Is Lissa taking good care of them?
Last I saw, yes. They seem much happier now.
Good.
Yeah, this place was kind of a shithole. It looks better now.
If Silas gets a hold of them, I will burn him to the ground.
The architecture of this building is incredible.
It is truly magnificent and ancient.
What I have not been able to find out yet is exactly how it came to be down here in the first place. And then she notices King Boulder Shoulder coming down from the back and gives a much, much deeper bow this time. Oh,
yes.
Majesty, I didn't see you there.
More formal introductions, and he'll give an appropriate courtly bow to Barnabas. Your Highness, might I have the honor of introducing my sister, Antimony Cheval?
God, I'm going to have so many NPCs to play today.
Yes, you brought this on yourself. Sir.
I did, that's true. and he gives a nod. And, of course, Clarion and Fell, along with the rest of the group, basically looking like an adventuring party and an honor guard, right? So because they are no longer in their gigantic dragon forms, they don't really attract that much notice. And yes, so you are escorted into the citadel itself. I am having map difficulties, so I'm not going to pull up the map of the Sunless Citadel, but if I'm very clever, I might put it up there when I do the edit.
I don't think, I wouldn't think it's so, but, is Kevin Bonewolf in the Honor Guard anywhere?
He is not. No, he was left back.
He is not, for a specific reason.
If he were there, Calder would have deliberately misnamed him.
Nope, nah, he was left behind as one of the generals to keep everything at the Stone Tooth under control.
Right, there is a war on, after all.
Kevin Bonewolf has had a rocket trajectory of a career.
Mm-hmm.
City guard, the general of the Dwarven army.
a lot of people have, but yes, Kevin is definitely
City guard. It was a town.
It was a town, yes.
It was barely a town. It's more almost a village, yeah. Man, it has been 3 years, friends.
But yeah, go to wherever, because the ceremony's going to start in an hour, so Echo's like, cool, I got to take care of this hair that got destroyed on the flight down here. I
also have to set up my wedding garb.
So, as a quick description, and again, if I'm very clever, I will have put the map up here on top of me here. The Sunless Citadel used to be put into essentially 3 sections up on the upper level. One was kind of a no man's land that was very dusty, very disused, that had the big dragon door that led off into an area. And then there was the kobold area, and then there was the goblin area, right? Mm-hmm. And there were spiders around, and there was webs, and there was dust. All of that is gone. The place looks now like a functional citadel. And there is foot traffic all over the place. The number of kobolds that you see here is much greater than it was the last time you were here. And all of them are wearing, nice clothing. Not all of one type, but they're all wearing, their festival finest. There are lots of...
They're wearing their brightest, shiniest feathers today.
There's a lot of, notices and whispers as you go by. You are well known among this clan, of course. Echo especially seems to get a lot of looks, and just little packs of kobolds wandering around and very impressed with your presence. And yes, there are several side rooms with beds and mirrors and bathtubs that you can go to get yourselves cleaned up and ready. Meepo is not currently in evidence. If asked, any of the kobolds will say that he is also making preparations for the big event, but he will obviously know that you are here given the sending.
Is there any evidence of Calcrix's presence or
is it generally chillier?
So, this it depends on where you go. So, as a sort of forward note, the underground area that used to be Bellax Grove is now going to be Calcrix's main living area. So if you get to the spot where there was the big hole in the ground that led down there, that area is fairly refrigerated. And also, as you're going through the Citadel, you notice that actual construction work has been done, and a lot of the little single doors that you went through have been replaced by large double doors that could, for example, fit a dragon walking down the halls.
Any giant spiders?
No giant spiders.
So either they made a pact with the queen or they exterminated them all. Good.
I think we exterminated the queen. She was big.
I don't make judgments. We were young adventurers then. What's big then doesn't seem big now. Is the cold room of bad ideas still there?
It is, and it is open now. It is no longer
behind the dragon door.
It is, the dragon door is there and closed. Mm-hmm. The cold door of bad ideas is there, but it's no longer. I mean, I suppose it might still be cold, given that this is now a white dragon's lair, but it's no longer the bad ideas door. It's just has been in fact converted to, let's say, a tasteful sitting room where conversation can be had over glasses of brandy.
That feels like a terrible idea to do to a room that was housing the dead.
It no longer does. The stand-up sarcophagi that were adorning the walls are no longer present.
Cool. They did an exorcism, I'm sure. I'm sure it's fine.
My Clarion absolutely loves it. Clarion half-dead Clarion is absolutely having a ball looking at all of this, because Kretha has never been to the Sunless Citadel. She does not, she's there in much the same way as, like a few others, but like Clarion was there. So Clarion is definitely finding this like just absolutely. You'll to be a little punny. You find him more animated than you've had in a little while. So he's talking. He's having a he'd be talking with you, Calder, and he'd be talking with like pretty much everybody. Is like, oh man, remember this? And he'd be going back, and he would, because you remember
this hallway where you nearly killed us all.
Well, and he would go back and
remember it, Clarion?
He would like elbow, he'd go back and elbow King Boulder Shoulder, because he wouldn't be treating King Boulder Shoulder any different than he did to begin with, because fuck it, it's Clarion, and like, what did he die for anyway? So
Barnabas, by the way, is being quite regal as a representative, right? He's not acting like an adventurer. He is walking about and nodding politely and being very dignified in his manner.
Except every so often he's getting nudged in the ribs by a Clarion leaning down.
Remember this hallway? This is where you gave Echo an axe. Remember that?
Well, that was in the spot down there, although that was the sarcophagus that we lubed.
Yeah,
there were also a couple of fountains, yes, that I believe you got a potion out of. The fountains are now clean and
my
working.
love of the potions of fire breathing.
And are continuously flowing water out of the dragon's mouths and into the basin.
No longer producing fire breathing potions.
It is water this time, not potion. So yes, like you are given a brief tour of the grounds, and again, it's very interesting how old and new the place is to those of you who were there for the Sunless Citadel, which is, I believe, all three. Echo was there, Clarion was there, and Calder was there. Yes.
Yep.
So you recognize the place where you had some of these incredible, intense battles. But the place where you are not going just yet is where you had the large battle against the chieftain, because that is where the ceremony is going to be happening, and it is currently closed off and under guard.
Cool. Echo is going to ask for many hands to help him with the hairstyle he has in mind, because he is going to, as much as he can, and as much as he remembers, wear the hairstyle his dad did when he was alive in the chief. So it's lots of intricate braids. And rather than any of the, noble office crown that Barnabas is probably wearing, whatever Calder has on, his sister has circlets and stuff like that, Echo has a very simple woven band of leather that'll go around his forehead, because that is what he remembers his dad wearing. So he is dressing the part of a goblin chieftain here. Specifically, the old goblin chieftain here.
Tell me a little bit, Jen, about what preparations Clarion is making in the hour and a half between arrival and the ceremony.
So Clarion is, he's in many ways the same way that everybody else is. He's kind of getting himself back, in order. He's dressed up in his, noble bard finery. He has, his lute and stuff, because, he's definitely, been writing songs for this and stuff like that. And so he's gotten himself kind of put back together. As he still looks vastly different than he did when he was here last. He's still very gray pallor, and he's lots better about remembering to breathe. So he's pretty good about now kind of seeming like almost alive. He's gotten really good about that. That's a lot of practice though now. And he's mostly he didn't really spend a whole lot of time on this, mostly because, it's just, he didn't have to braid his hair enough. Stuck one of his famous hats on and went, You know, he's like, I'm fantastic. I'm just fantastic no matter what. He's definitely here among friends in a place, you know, that looks so different, but yet so the same, and with memories both good and bad. Like, this has perked him up, I think, in a way that is not. I don't know if they would have expected it, since he has been so dour, you know, in many respects for a long time. But he is perked up, and he'll be spending some time, since Laura's with them instead of Hyacinth, you know, talking with Laura again about, you know, so this, you know, Hyacinth was over here and did this stupid thing.
Oh yeah, Hyacinth like stabbed a goblin right through the corner of the door. It was great.
Well, wasn't Hyacinth one of the ones who drank one of the fountains?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then got jumped by a giant spider. Yeah, that was it.
Oh yeah. So that's what Clarion's doing. Kretha would have probably gone with much of the Kingsguard and King Barnabas and stuff to get ready, because while she is there as friend to Meepo, she also kind of is also there in you know, in a, you know, like
representative.
Everybody is really here representing someone or something. And speaking of which, Axel, the kobold representative of the Nightscale clan, will have essentially vanished when you come in. He is off mingling with other kobolds elsewhere, and being diplomatic. Yes. Yeah. Jeff, tell me a little bit about Calder's preparations as the moment draws nearer.
He's going to grin at Antimony very and like just put around her and like go to the changing area. It's like, oh, mine will be quick, and I'm going to show off my new spell.
Ah, yes, the clothes beam. What do you make?
Yeah. Changing his current wardrobe into what he'll be wearing for the wedding event. Just a much more traditional, Faerunian style noble garb with the puffed up breast, the more poofy arms. Although his definitely has the more adventure sheen, in that I want to be able to move around and be functional. Because being restricted at any point when you're an adventurer is dumb. So he'll be like, so it's going to look fine and beautiful. But as an additional thing, he will, before he does this, he'll pull out several bits of jewelry that he bought at the that he purchased in Mirabar, and then cast it, and then incorporate the metals and jewels of the rings into the lining of the coat.
I love it.
Just to artificially, it's like, yeah, this would have been stupidly expensive to pay someone to do.
And Echo is closeted in a room being attended to by dwarves or kobolds.
I think he would go into the same room that Kretha and Barnabas and the rest of the Kingsguard is, and like ask Kretha and Barnabas to help, like with his huge mane of hair.
Yeah.
So in that case, you're in there. Clarion and Calder are in a separate room, and as Calder and Clarion are sort of admiring his new garb, you hear from behind you, "Friend Calder, friend Clarion."
Whips around.
You turn around, and there he stands in an incredibly well-tailored suit with a fur cape, and the legendary sword Shatterspike on his back. Two small figures stand in the doorway. One, of course, being Meepo. The other being a somewhat oddly familiar gnome with wearing priest's robes and mutton chops. They both look at you, and of course Meepo is smiling and clearly trying to hold himself back from throwing himself at you. His claws are lacquered. His his suit
Clarion
is impeccable.
runs up to go hug him. Clarion gives zero fucks, especially now that he's back from the dead. Like he runs up as usual.
He straightens up and returns the embrace.
Calder
my lad!
doesn't move. Like they say, oh yeah, I know this is coming. Just Claire just pushes past her. Like, yep, that's happening.
I haven't seen you in so long. You look so good. Oh my god.
Too long, friends.
We'll turn to the priest. I never thought I'd see you again, let alone here again.
I never thought I'd come back to this place either, but Meepo asked for someone to perform the ceremony, and, well...
You were confused enough to say yes.
After everything, I couldn't say no.
That I understand.
I never thought I'd be here. I never thought I would want to be here again, but it looks different enough to where...
Oh, I'm already past a large portion of the nostalgia because I've been already living the worst cliff notes of it these last few months. So,
if you will all excuse me, I have some preparations to make. Meepo, I'll see you in a few. And Erky Timbers will turn around and will exit the room.
Oh.
Meepo will say, "Can Meepo get anything for my friends? We have wine, we have food.
Meepo,
It is so good to have you in Meepo's home."
Meepo, there's one thing I know you can do for me, and that is don't do anything for your guests. You have people for that now.
Yeah.
Especially today.
Meepo has people
This
to
is
help
all
other
about you,
guests, but
Meepo.
you...
Yes, I
You-
know, and
you-
be happy to be encountered in that numbers, Meepo. You were the star of the show today.
The ground rumbles a little bit. Like there's just a little bit of a shift in the ground.
That's not foreshadowing at all.
Well, yes, you are correct. I have places to be, but please be comfortable, and he'll give Clarion another hug. Thank you. Meepo is very happy that you're here.
Meepo? And Calder will drop to a knee and give him a hug.
Yes, Frank Calder.
Clarion hugs both of them. He's crying.
Already.
And
The ceremony hasn't even started yet.
That's all. I wanted to let that get out of the way.
He's crying.
All right, let Meepo go. That's
Meepo's
the agitation, the tears out of his coat.
Meepo's coloring, by the way, has shifted more since the last time you saw him. The first time you met him, he was essentially a red dragon kobold. And since his attachment to Calcrix, he has been gradually becoming more and more white, starting with just sort of frosted areas
tips
around the ridges of his eyes and his nose and his jawline. But now it is more white than red. It's more like someone whose bleached hair has grown out just a little bit, and there are a few red roots underneath. He has a much more sort of noble bearing about him, both in his coloring and in his stature. He no longer hunches quite so much. He stands up a little bit straighter, as straight as kobolds do anyway, because they're only semi-bipedal, right? They kind of hunch a bit.
So
And he will, as soon as he exits the room, encounter 3 other kobolds who hurry him away, kind of scolding him for taking so long.
Clarion turns around to call. Our little Meepo is all grown up and getting you.
Yes, and soon he'll have 800 or 900 children, and
I do wonder the wedding is unusual for kobolds. This is Barnabas.
yes, extremely. I'm sure something's going to happen.
This must be, well, it seems as though he has plenty of guests from outside, so it's entirely possible he's doing this for the sake of what? Optics? No,
I mean,
I should not be thinking like a
Tilting his
king
head.
right now.
No, that's not how Meepo thinks. It might be
It
how
might-
it might be how his bride thinks, but it's not Meepo.
Yes,
Well, and I mean-
the bride.
If she's seeking legitimacy for her little corner government, then entirely possible that she's intending to leverage this into recognition and then authority. And frankly, power to her. I don't care. It's the Sunless Citadel.
Who is the bride anyway, Clarion says. I've been kind of out of the loop a little bit.
Remember the
It was
chiefess?
on the invitation.
Do you remember the chiefess?
Yes. Okay.
Easter
Wait.
The one that
Really?
the one he rejected last time? Yeah.
Really? Oh man, this is gonna be a real fun wedding. It's a shame I can't get drunk anymore. Oh
What?
man. And Creeth is just kind of
Like I have done some research, and I believe the research says that you can get drunk, but it's not worth it because you have to be drinking things that are not meant for human consumption.
Well,
fair.
Yeah.
Fair. I mean, technically, I'm not human.
Yes, and it doesn't taste good. What I'm
That's the
saying.
problem. That's the problem. You know
Like, when-
me. I've
I
always
don't-
liked the wines and the liqueurs that taste
So-
good. What is there
so-
in life if it's not supposed to taste good?
So raw formaldehyde, probably not good.
I don't need formaldehyde. I am pickled enough myself.
oh,
Creeth
that's
is
a good
just
question.
over in the corner, just
Oh, and Barnabas will turn to one of the kobold attendants. Where should I send the gifts to? If you would like to put yours with ours, we can send them on.
Mine, I
Uh,
kind of need to personally hand over to
I,
Meepo and Mistrael.
Mhm.
I have something I have something wrapped in this. Pulls up my bag of holding.
Yes, and so King Barnabas's gifts are largely symbolic, right? There is a caravan that is going to be coming at some point bearing ingots of adamantine, ingots of mithril, various odds and ends, probably a great deal of gold, but all of that isn't going to be carried by a couple of dragons. So instead, he has a single ingot of adamantine with the sigil of the Forge of Fury stamped into it that sort of serves as the herald for what is to come. And the kobold attendants will take away what gifts you are leaving. And the rest of them you get to keep to yourself until such time.
I mean,
Calder would have bought a magical piece of very good plate mail, a very good proper plate mail, and then used his technique to turn it into kobold fit.
Love it.
So it is in like Meepo's proper styling.
back to your point about why have a wedding. I mean, I also come from here, and the goblins here didn't do weddings either, but living in Neverwinter, I saw human weddings, I saw elf weddings, I saw dwarven weddings, and orc weddings too. And it seems like the common through line is that it is not just an opportunity to celebrate a union, but to also like give it the best start it can from whatever community they're from. You know, that's why you give gifts. That's why everybody comes around and feasts. I mean, I don't think this is going to last like 3 days long, like a few orc weddings I've been to, but
It only lasts that long because hair of the dog is just their name for breakfast.
well, actually, it's kind of a bragging thing of how long can you feed the entire community for, kind of you proving that you can provide for your new family, sort of a thing.
Granted, I was just very drunk at my last orc wedding, so
I was only mentioning it because it's unusual. Generally, communities of kobolds tend to stay hidden and tend to act in secret, but it seems like Meepo and his bride are seeking legitimacy and diplomacy. It seems like they are inviting those to see him as a true ruler in this area. It's unusual. It's good to see, but he must have gotten some of that from you and your family, Mr. Calder.
That in no doubt is part of the influence of my family. Antimony is, as you've seen, been more or less probably, if I had to guess, she's the wedding organizer for all this nonsense.
It feels like a herald of changes to come. I feel like
Oh yes,
the politics
Yes.
of the region are shifting. And
We
not
are-
just because of our discovery of the forge.
no.
it's
And-
good that it is, though.
I have gone. It has not gone.
Oh, yeah.
unnoticed. There are many things changing with that nonsense that happened in Waterdeep, with the events happening in the north, with the war and everything. We're also seeing the involvement of multiple chromatics on the side of on the side of what we would consider civilization. We're seeing the rise of
Well-
metahuman societies.
I think it is a big thing
I mean-
about Calcrix lived long enough to become a young dragon. Back before Belak, goblins and kobolds were fighting over the citadel because if any of us wandered further than the forest's edge, the villagers at Orcus would kill us. Just no questions asked. But now that they have Calcrix and they have Meepo and they have notoriety.
Look, I
the
apologize for the
humans
axe
and
thing so
dwarves-
many times, okay?
Yeah. In just a decade, the attitude of the people living closest to here has changed, and that's a good thing.
Because because Calcrix has been shoved, or rather body checked, into a more socially positive direction as opposed to obeying her baser instincts.
She got to grow up.
She got to grow up in a way. She got to grow up in an environment that wouldn't have fed the worst parts of her.
It makes me wonder what might have happened if things had gone slightly differently the last time we were here. It's just
On the other
a
hand,
sober moment.
On the other hand, fuck Balak. So,
Yes, I will, if there is anyone around to help me out, drink to that. One of the kobolds scurries away.
they're
back-
very
Comes back
quick.
with martini glasses.
I gotta give them that. They're very quick. And quick on the uptake.
Is there anything else anybody would like to say or do before we get to the ceremony proper?
Calder would want to pay his respects to the bride before the ceremony.
The bride is not to be found. She is closeted away until the ceremony begins, according to the kobolds around.
Very well.
Echo was gonna go bother Pyre and be like, "Hey, can you cast enhance ability on me? I know you have it.
Why?
I need to talk during the wedding, and I don't want to stumble over my words. So,
I
can
see.
you make me more eloquent, please?"
Where is that small and very nervous-looking gnome I saw earlier?
Oh, Erky?
Yes, that one. The
Oh,
one that
I'm
sounds
sure.
like a creaking door.
I'm sure he's around here somewhere. He said he had to get ready for the ceremony.
Yes, he said he was the one performing it, so it's possible that he is.
Very well. We'll pick up Echo and walk towards Erky.
Was he going to cast it on both of them?
Yes.
Ah.
He's like,
That's
I
right.
can cast it, but I don't want to be wasteful, so I will maintain the concentration to give Eagle Splendor to multiple parties.
Seems reasonable to me.
So, Erky just like, what? Like, terrified, just giant red dragonborn walks into the room, and Cat brings up horrible magic, places his hand on his forehead. Very well, now you are eloquent.
He's a friend, Erky. This is Pyre. Bye. Is Erky
How long does
Fire something.
enhance ability last? I know it's concentration.
I believe an hour.
Concentration. I believe it's concentration to an hour.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. No
I
problem.
absolutely love that. That is just perfect.
Echo's a little nervous.
We fade out from the scene and we fade back in
Concentration to an hour.
into the chamber where once upon a time you engaged in mass combat with goblins and I keep forgetting if he was a hobgoblin or a bugbear.
Hob.
Chief of the former
He was-
tribe of
He was
goblins.
He was a
specifically
bugbear.
not. He was specifically not a hob.
Yeah, no, there
He
were two
had
hobgoblins,
He had
and then he
hobgoblins.
was a bugbear.
And this room is noticeably cooler. To set up the scene, yes, it's a large room, empty, except for rows of benches. At the far end of the room, there is sort of an altar just before the space in the back where a large, essentially hole in the ground leads down to the former grove area. That area is dominated by the presence of Calcrix herself, who is just sort of curled up like a cat behind the scene, and oblivious apparently to all of your presence. And the newly enhanced Urki Timbers stands at the shrine and surveys now that you're here and everyone's together, you note dignitaries from more than just the areas you represent.
I say the closest city is Neverwinter.
Yes.
It's Neverwinter, Luskin, and Waterdeep somewhere to the south.
I don't know what the nobility of Neverwinter looks like. I have never run a game in Neverwinter.
Typically, it's humans.
But yes, we will say that it is a very cosmopolitan crowd that has gathered here at the Sunless Citadel.
Right before walking into the chamber, Echo will cast Tongues on himself.
Okay. And standing with Urki is Meepo, looking just incredibly noble and regal. And Urki says, "At the request of the bride and groom, I will be conducting today's ceremony in the common tongue. And might I say, on a personal note, of all of the places I expected to be and of all of the ceremonies I expected to oversee in the course of my life, this is about the last one I ever expected to find, especially among such dignified guests. We have representatives from Mirabar. We have representatives from Neverwinter. Of course, King Boulder Shoulder, lately of the Stone Tooth, and he'll go on to continue to name other various dignitaries. Echo, are you actually a chief at this point still?
Not technically.
Not technically. So he'll introduce you as a former chief of the goblins.
Echo would have told him, if he asked when they were in the room together, to be introduced as the last Goblin War Chief of the Sunless Citadel.
The last Goblin War Chief of the Sunless Citadel, yes. And of course, the Bard Clarion, who is representing the house
Silver
of...
Marches.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Friends, welcome. We're going to keep today's ceremony brief because, well, once again, at the request of the bride and groom, we want to get directly to the celebration. There will be no long speeches from me. There will be no ritualistic protestations of love between the bride and the groom. Instead, we will share memories and our well wishes for our friends. Music comes up from somewhere, and Eustrial will appear from there was a north door that a skeleton came in the last time you were fighting here.
He blew a whistle, yep.
She is draped in cloth with a veil, and she will join Urki and Meepo at the shrine, and the ground will definitely shake. Like,
can I do an insight check on her?
Yes, actually. You can go ahead and roll that.
Echo still thinks Meepo could have done better.
So many dice. Okay, I see a 17 and a 15. Is there anything in particular you're trying to discern?
The Urki's blurb about there not being any long, profusing of love between the couple, and Echo's general still dislike of her. He's trying to read if she is genuinely excited for this day at like an emotional level, or if it's just a political level.
She does seem happy, yes. She also seems a bit bemused and overwhelmed by the crowd around her. She definitely looks nervous as well. But not nervous in a way that indicates any sort of malfeasance. She looks like a bride who
It's
is
her
about
wedding
to get
day.
married.
She's allowed to be nervous.
Yes.
Who doesn't like her?
And she turns to everyone and she gives a bow. And again, the ground shakes. And people are looking around at this point. Like some folks are
the
beginning to.
kobolds looking around
Yes, they are.
nervously? Is Calcrix reacting at all?
Calcrix, I'm gonna say. Calcrix at one point looks up, looks directly at Dragon, Clarion, and Fel for a moment, narrows her eyes for a bit, and then lays back down. That's as you walk in. As the ground shakes again, though, yeah, she lifts her head, and there's like a low, rumbling growl for a moment in the back of her throat.
Calder will use subtle spell and cast telekinesis.
Okay. To what end?
So, to have it up.
Okay, fair enough.
How long does it last?
Let me pull it up.
You don't have any other concentration
I
spells
recall
going,
it's a
right?
while.
Yeah, but it might be like 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Like 10 minutes in the moment as it's happening right now seems fair.
Now, you may or may not know, Erky says, a dragon's hoard, a dragon's collection, is not simply gold and jewels and items of art. A dragon's collection is also friends, allies, those who care for one another. And Meepo has asked that each of us share some of our memories and some of our well wishes for the bride and the groom. When I first met Meepo, things were not going particularly well for either of us. I had been captured by a kobold clan that looked very different than the group that I see before me now. I had been put into a cage, and Meepo had been exiled for the loss of the dragon Calcrix. Since then, I have seen his courage, I have seen his leadership, and I have seen the genuine fondness that he has for everyone who calls him friend and everyone who calls him chief. I believe that this is the beginning. The ground rumbles again, and he stops for a second. And he looks at Meepo, and Meepo kind of shrugs and gestures to him to continue. I believe this is the beginning of a new age on the Sword Coast. I would now like anybody who wishes to share anything about Meepo, about Yusdrael, before we commence the ceremony itself.
Calder will rise. I remember my first interactions with Meepo very well. He was one of my first encounters in my storied career as an adventurer.
The ground shakes so hard that people begin to fall over. Clarion and Fel both stand up and they begin to look around. And Calcrix straight up stands up at this time and cranes her head up. And you hear very, very faintly a roar.
Oh, no.
Oh no, indeed, Fel says.
No.
I think maybe we should go see what's out there, because I don't like the way this feels.
I'm going to use my telekinesis to move me 30 feet and then make my movement.
Yeah, Echo is doing his impressive monk speed and just running for the door.
I'm not using flight. I'm just using my access to the third dimension via telekinesis.
Meepo, oddly enough, does not follow you all out the front door. He and Calcrix, he jumps onto Calcrix, and they descend into the lower area.
Because there's probably an exit cave down there.
So we're going to go ahead and put a quick cut here, and we're going to go ahead and take a very short, 5-minute break in our time, because I have a couple of things that I need to set up.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
But suffice to say, as you are running out, the ground tremors every so often as you're leaving, and the roaring becomes louder as you ascend the steps outside of the Sunless Citadel towards the surface. So we're going to take a quick break, go get water, get food, get ready. I do not feel I am at the top of my game today as a DM, friends.
Yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. This is great.
I feel like I'm stumbling through this ceremony like I would have done 15 years ago as a DM. Jesus.
Well, the idea, I've done enough weddings and games, and I can promise you the best thing to do is
go through it as quickly as... Yeah, this is not Vampire the Masquerade, so
but we have artists and we have creative types. We can represent the wedding in grandiose things, but seeing and painstakingly dissecting everything. This is neither a show. This is not a television show. This is not a movie. This is not a large session. Get through the ceremony. Get to the exciting bit.
As Echo starts to run for the front door, where Calder is going, where everybody else is going, he stops and he looks at Kreitha through the crowd and goes, "There's a faster way up." And he goes, because this is the goblin area of it, and finds that north upward facing tunnel that he used to escape way back when, and leads Kreitha up there because they are both goblin size.
All right. Note that Stinky is with. I never mentioned that, but Stinky is totally with.
Yes.
He flew on the
dragon. Wearing a cute little bow tie.
He stuck his ass straight to the dragon. He was having a good time. Stinky is not afraid of heights. Stinky has a great time being on the dragon. We just...
So in that case...
I can see him doing it on the bottom of the dragon going...
In that case, I will say that the first ones to make it up are going to be Calcrix and Meepo, because they have a back exit of their own, and Calcrix can fly. And when Kreitha and Echo come out through the north tunnel, the first thing you notice is Meepo and Calcrix standing before a gargantuan red dragon. Who is looking imperiously down at them. And at the moment, it seems to be a standoff. Calcrix is fully back arched, spikes up, fully fearlessly trying to stare down this dragon that is several dozen times her size.
Is this dragon bigger than Fel's adult dragon form? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Double check. Bigger than an adult. Gotcha.
Yes.
I think seeing that it's just Meepo and Calcrix, Echo is going to make a beeline towards them.
And so when Calder and the rest come up, because this tableau stays for a while as Calcrix and this dragon stare each other down, and Echo and Kreitha, are you flanking them? Are you in front of them? Where are you positioning yourselves?
Echo is trying to get right up next to where Calcrix is.
Yeah.
And for
Definitely
expedience sake,
let's trying to get to protect and
Calder gets his broom of flying and will rise to join.
And as Echo gets there, he still has the thing on. He's he's a little bit more charismatic, he will speak, and he has tongues on him so everyone can understand. Say, "Hail! What brings you here?" Towards this giant fucking dragon.
And just to set the scene a little bit more, the ones who made it out, who are standing with Calcrix and Meepo, are Calder, Echo, and Kretha, Clarion, and Fell.
Mhm.
Barnabas as well, and one or two of his honor guard. Everyone else seems to be kind of staying back away from this very large, very scary dragon. And it will look down, and it will say, "I am here to reclaim that which is mine. I am Ashardalon."
History check for that name.
Oh, hell yes. It's not going to be a difficult one.
Can Pyre roll that history check at advantage?
I'm fine with it. Is that voice understandable, or should I change it up?
Oh no, I can understand it just fine.
I got it.
Okay, just making sure. I don't want it to come out as nothing but static.
Might as well see.
Ooh,
Hey,
okay.
not bad.
Let's see. History check for.
Clarion the dragon reacts immediately to the name. Ooh, look
Of
at
course,
that.
Calder gets the nat 20.
No.
Oh,
Fire.
Krita did too.
Damn.
Of course, Pyre gets the nat 20 on the know the
On
dragon.
a red dragon. Yeah.
Okay. So, Calder and Echo. Ashardalon is a name of myth. Like, older than Clouth, a dragon that was said to be ancient when this land was new. Nothing heard of Ashardalon for centuries.
Like the number of dragons that are older than Ashardalon are countable on one hand.
Basically, and in fact, as we move on to Kretha, not sure exactly where Kretha would have come up or would have found the knowledge of an ancient red dragon.
Durgadin in her head.
Yes, of
Durgadin
course.
remembers.
Of course, that makes perfect sense. So through Durgadin, like you get these legends of this creature that could melt mountains into slag and then rise them up again into new mountains. A creature that is a step or two shy of Bahamut or Tiamat. Pyre, you know that Ashardalon left the prime material plane some time ago for reasons that nobody ever really determined, and has not been seen or heard of in at least several centuries. And now that you're thinking about it, with a 24 and your knowledge of dragons and the area, you're going to say that the time that Ashardalon left, and now that you're thinking about it, the architecture and the sort of, what's the word, the lay of the land makes it seem like perhaps the citadel sank somewhere around the time that Ashardalon vanished.
Would it be a fair jump to conclusion that the two events are probably connected?
You're not sure how, but it seems that way, yes. And Clarion the dragon, I'm gonna anytime I'm referring to Clarion and I'm not asking Jen, I'm gonna call him Silver Clarion. Silver Clarion.
Silver Clarion. Yeah.
Sort of steps forward and says, "What brings you back here? Your time has passed. You left this place, or so I'm told. You left these people when they, displeased you in some way. You sank your place of worship and you left. What right have you to come back and claim what was once yours? And Ashardalon lowers a just absolutely massive head and squints at Silver Clarion and says, "What was mine is always mine."
Pyre will laugh loudly and pop thaumaturgy for it.
Okay. And, he'll
Cloth Scale Tribe will not recognize the weak claim.
All right.
So you would claim that which is mine.
No, just don't care about yours.
Silver Clarion says, "And no, we do not claim it." And he turns and looks at Calcrix, who again is just eyes unblinking up at this dragon.
Calder, Calder's going to is doing a trick he's never done before. He'll do ethereal form shadow and get behind Calcrix.
Love it. Love it. Tell me a little bit about what that looks like.
He will, as everyone's attention is firmly not on him, he will turn into a wisp of shadow and just sort of be in everyone's shadow on the ground, hopping too. And when he gets to Calcrix's shadow, just sort of manifests in a black shape behind them.
As a side note, one other piece of information I neglected to give Pyre. This ancient red dragon is almost assuredly not Ashardalon himself. It is almost assuredly some sort of projected avatar.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes.
If he left the material plane, dragons only do that for a few reasons.
And
Echo
yes,
is going to draw out. He has the bag of holding on him. One of the ancient swords we took off of one of the bodies that was behind the dragon door all those years ago. It is one of the elven swords they took off of the body. And he's just going to hold it, but very quickly showing that, the fact that, they have been here, they haven't just shown up today, but, what this place once was has been assumed already. And he's just standing next to Calcrix.
Silver Clarion will continue. "I believe I see what is happening here. Now that the Citadel has become productive and significant again, you would seek to reclaim it. It is not yours to do so." "Silence, storyteller. You mean to tell me that my claim is to be..." Hold on, looking for vocabulary. Supplanted? "You are telling me that my claim is to be supplanted by this whelpling?"
Aye, and she has the support of those who have ruled here in your absence.
And the support of those who rule beyond here. And Kretha pulls out Durganon.
Ghost blade.
Silver Clarion will turn to each of you, and he will say in a lower voice, "Yes, that is the correct path. A dragon does not gain its status through size or age. Dragons gain their status through their collection. Calcrix, by her stance, is claiming you, all of you, as her collection. I fear if Ashardalon does not take this challenge seriously, he may simply collapse the canyon, destroy the Citadel and all within it. We must convince him that Calcrix's claim is legitimate." And as he says this, Calcrix sits back on her haunches, and then, as though she doesn't have a care in the world, turns around and starts grooming the scales on her back. And Clarion says, "You must convince Ashardalon that you are a horde worth fighting for, and then perhaps a challenge can take place. I fear we do not have the power to stop him from simply destroying this land if he wishes. Tell him. Tell him of Meepo, tell him of each other. Tell him that you are something worth fighting for.
Echo's gonna whisper back to other people, anybody have banishment ready? Anyone take banish today?
Not in
Just
the sorcerer's
case.
spell list.
Coming up from behind, you're going to get Clarion coming up with his loot. With
Jen,
my
your
lady.
voice is a little bit low at the moment. Just a
Is
little
it?
bit.
I haven't changed anything. I don't know why it keeps doing that.
That's okay.
Is that better?
Yes, continue.
Good job. All right, so Clarion comes up with my lady coming up from behind, having kind of overheard a little bit, and comes up to step up as close as he can where he is to Calcrix and Meepo and stuff, and does a mighty strum. Let me pull up his thing because he's going to enthralling performance, and the mantle of inspiration, and he's going to be like, here we are together to celebrate our dear friend Meepo and Calcrix, his great white dragon, who is the mistress of this place. And so therefore let us celebrate. I shall sing my wedding gift. And he sings his song about meeting Meepo and meeting Calcrix and all of those things that brought them together, and his love for them, and his love for the families that have been brought together by them. And in this song is, like a stanza about how the goblins have all become part of the family, and all of these kobolds, have become, have gone and learned new things and been, brought into the world, and how, and he, as he's doing this, he adds on to the end one or two stanzas about how the world is new, it's been made new, and that in this new world, it shall be ruled by a wise white dragon and her grand kobold, Meepo. He just starts, at the end, doing some inspiration and some.
Why don't you
words,
go ahead and tell me who you're giving that inspiration die to, because it may become relevant.
Okay, so the inspiration die is definitely going to Calcrix.
Which I believe is a D10 at this time. Yes, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
as Clarion finishes singing, continues playing.
Yeah.
Let's hear from Calder or Echo. Who wants to speak next?
I'm double checking an item. Hold on, go on without me.
I'm imagining Calder would respond to something along the lines of a I could defeat this whelp or something like that, like a grandiose statement. And then Calder would interject. I am the one being that has defeated Calcrix in battle, and that was when she was extremely young, when she was still coming into her power. As she is now, you do not hold a prayer with what we have. And I say this, I'll pull up my own sleeve, as one who bears Nightscale's blessing.
Another whelp.
That's the thing about dragons. They all start young once, even you.
But they don't stay young and they don't stay small. Echo is going to pull out I believe it is legendary item that druid that died in the north left for him. It has 2 uses,
Vesper.
and he's gonna use one to grow Calcrix to giant size.
I can.
It is the potion of giant size.
The potion of giant size, and I will augment that if possible, because I can use seeming to up your size.
It's not just enlarge. This was you told me was a very special item. It literally increases your size up to that of gigantic.
Let me see if I can remember what that does.
Yeah, you never gave me more of a description than just it will make you gigantic.
The potion of giant size comes from Storm King's Thunder. You become huge for 24 hours if you are medium or smaller. So Calcrix is indeed a medium-sized creature, and is now a huge creature, still well shy of the gargantuan level that Ashardalon has.
Gargantuan is the next size category up, right?
Yes. And
cool. I'm going to use seeming. I'm going to use the seeming disguise to up the size category to the next level because that's the function of it.
Amazing. That does so. You had another concentration spell up though, right?
No, I'll drop the telekinesis. I'm
okay.
There.
Just making sure that I'm keeping track of things properly. And as that's happening, Clarion and Felgalos will also assume their natural shapes, which are now somewhat smaller than Calcrix is. Okay, so when you drink this potion, you become huge for 24 hours if you are medium or smaller. For that duration, your strength becomes 25. So let me deal with that first. And that affects attacks.
Naturally, your strength is 18 at this point.
I think 17, but it's 25 now. And also, your maximum hit points are doubled.
Get him, girl.
And the reach of your melee attacks increases by 5 feet. Basically, you know what I'm gonna do instead? I think I'm just gonna pull the stats for a larger white dragon. I think it's gonna be easier that way for me to track things instead of having to do weird custom bullshit. I think instead I'm just going to grab the
adult white dragon.
Grab the stats for an adult white dragon.
Yeah. She looks like an ancient at this point, but the stats are for an adult.
Yeah, and I'm gonna up the... Yeah, there we go. Perfect and excellent. I'll pull Calcrix off of the combat tracker and replace with the adult white dragon Calcrix. Love it. Love it. Totally forgot that was gonna, or that could have possibly happened. I love being caught off guard. Makes me very happy. So now we have a white dragon that is nearly the same size as this creature, as well as a somewhat smaller copper and silver dragon. And Ashardalon sort of rears up to his full height, looks down, and says, "You would die for this child."
Not unless we kill you.
Perhaps I will take you for my own. And at this point, Calcrix speaks. And Calcrix says, "Over my corpse. So be it." And I now need initiative and a will save from everybody.
Yay, dragon fear.
This is a very difficult will save. It's very likely that most of you will start frightened.
I had a line prepared.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Before we went into
Go for it, yeah.
About how if you were hoping to come here and take this without a fight, then today is your unlucky day, and Echo would like to cast Bless from the beads on everybody to help with those will saves. Everybody gets a D4.
Can you put that on? Do you have Bless?
Yep. Combat tracker. Let me pull up the combat tracker.
I'm going to do initiative with Preetha. Don't forget about Stinky, although I don't know if he's going to be able to do much.
We're do initiative first. We're going to be doing, because this is me, we're going to be doing a few odd mechanics here. I do need each of you to choose a character that you're going to be using for this.
What I was going to say is that I'm doing an initiative with Krita. Clarion just assumed that he is just continuing to do concentration on Mantle of Inspiration, so he's not going to take initiative, obviously, because he's standing back and being support.
I'll be playing Calder for this fight, and as Pyre would be, he'll be taking this as an opportunity to observe.
That shit initiative, Krita. What the fuck?
Sorry, I can't hear you over the sound of my terrible initiative.
Ashardalon got a 3, so... Wow. Clarion got a 1. So everyone is just caught off guard by this giant fuck-all, like, white dragon that's suddenly here.
Meepo still needs to roll.
I'm on it.
Yeah. Maybe he'll get... It's better.
Meepo, for his part, doesn't say anything. Simply unsheathes Shatter Spike.
I got a little overzealous. Felgalos, the adult white dragon, and Clarion, the dragon, don't have bless on them.
Okay.
Sorry.
All good. I'll remove it from
that
Fel.
off? I can take that off because I put it on. Maybe? Yeah.
Nice.
Did I put them on? I can take them off. Okay, cool. Yeah, the other 4 are blessed.
Okay. So, a couple
so you said
of things.
The wisdom save?
Yes, starting with the wisdom save, you are looking for, I believe, a 21.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, wisdom save. Just a straight wisdom save?
Yes.
Fail.
Ugh.
Great, manage!
Oh darn! I can't get closer to the dragon. How terrible!
Not sure why it's. Hold on. There we go, because he was hidden. That's why. Clarion, Silver Clarion passes. Fel also passes. Incredible.
Get it.
And then Meepo.
I believe dragons are just immune to dragon fear.
That's
not
not
if
what I
it's a bigger dragon.
Meepo also makes the save.
Get it, Meepo.
Hell yes. Okay, who did not make the save?
Echo and Calder.
Wow. I was expecting this to go a lot better for Ashardalon than this, but that's cool. Echo and Calder, and yes, so it is true that
Yes, and he did not make his will save.
Okay, so I'm gonna say what's gonna happen. And you said Echo, right? And
Yeah, Echo and Calder failed.
Okay, cool. So, as combat is joined, of course, he flexes his power, and just this incredible wave of fury washes over you, and for most of you, just washes past. Clarion and Fel. Well, let's start with the layer action. And I need to look this up. Let's.
He doesn't have, it should be Calcris's lair action. It's not his lair anymore.
Yes, except layer actions come from time, and this was his property for much longer. So we are going to do each creature in the geyser's area. Okay, cool. This is a geyser of magma is going to erupt underneath Calcrix. Okay, and it's only a 5-foot wide thing, so it only hits one person. I'm gonna make a saving throw really quick.
Come on, Calcrix.
Calcrix will get a 21 and make it, so this will be for half damage. For 10 points of damage to Calcrix. Barely even registers.
girl.
Okay. Meepo will run up onto Calcrix, and very quickly.
Come on, Paladin, what you got?
I have. So we'll run up onto
he take
Calcrix
Banish?
and is going to cast Compelled Duel on this dragon. Compelled Duel is a bonus action, so he takes his movement to climb up onto Calcrix, who is much bigger than the last time he did this. He is going to get a Wisdom save, or Ashardalon is. Which it will fail.
Is he gonna? Does he have?
And Meepo, so okay. Calcrix is now almost the size of Ashardalon at this point. Yes. So Meepo is going to run up Calcrix's back, vault off of her head, and jump directly at the dragon, who is gathering himself to take off into the air. He's gonna cast the Compelled Duel, and he is going to attack. Mid-air, like full-on flying paladin.
Get it, Meepo, get it. You are the master of this place.
He will hit, thanks to the bless. He will hit, and he's going to burn a level.
Around him.
He's going to burn a level 3 smite.
Fuck it up.
So someone who has played a paladin more recently than me, remind me of how much damage smite does.
So at first level, it's 2d8, and then you add a d8 for every level above. So at third level, that'd be 4d8.
4d8, awesome.
And then an extra if it's an undead or fiend.
Gotcha.
I don't know, what plane is this guy projecting from?
And then for another 11. So more surprised than anything, right? Because Meepo is not big. Meepo is teeny tiny. But like right into the snout, he sticks Shatterspike down and lodges Shatterspike into Ashardalon's snout. Pulls it out, and because he's a paladin, takes his second attack.
I'm gonna stab you with this what basically is a magical needle.
Basically. Unfortunately, the second attack is not able to penetrate the armor. He will use the rest of his movement, and I'm being a little bit wibbly-wobbly about this, to push off of Ashardalon and back towards Calcrix. Ashardalon will get an attack of opportunity on this.
No, he doesn't. He is still well within Ashardalon's reach.
Oh, that's true. He's not actually leaving the reach. That makes perfect sense. You're right. You
only get an attack of opportunity when you try to leave reach.
Kreetha.
This has come up in dragon fights before.
So really quick, Ashardalon looks like he is gathering himself up to take off, right? To go up into the air. And Clarion and Felgalos both crouch down and motion for anyone who wants to essentially climb aboard for the fight. And again, I'm going to ask each of you to pick one. I assume that this is a big assumption, but I'm going to assume that Ashardalon isn't going to die in round 1. You never know, he might. But this is primarily going to be an aerial combat. So the two adult dragons, the two adult metal dragons, are going to, if you wish, act as mounts for you.
Yeah,
so Kreetha, it's your turn.
Compelled Duel is still going on Ashardalon's turn. He has to make a save to try to move more than 30 feet away from Meepo.
Yes.
No, I'm not trying to click on that. I'm trying to click on remembering. What?
It's
they changed
it's
all
reverse
the
strike.
buttons,
You
so I don't know how.
you get closer, damn it.
Oh, yeah. So how Compelled Duel works real quick is that if any of us hit Ashardalon, Compelled Duel ends.
Ah, okay. So Meepo shouts a challenge in Draconic. Fight me, you coward. Does the thing, and but it's in Draconic, so I don't know that Kretha would have even understood it. You tell me what you're doing.
Give me just a small second. My big problem is they've changed it so that I cannot just click on a thing to remind myself what stuff does anymore. Is there a way for me to click on something and know what the hell I'm doing anymore?
What thing are you trying to click on?
There used to be that little thing where you could click on it and it would pull up the box and give you the stuff about like what it is.
The box is all the way on the right side. The little square is all the way on the right side.
There.
Oh, okay. That's not what I was expecting that to be. That looked like a check mark. Not
it does. You're right.
That's.
It used to be a little shield when we first started playing.
That's why I was very confused. I was looking for the little shield.
Lots of things have changed recently.
So let me see here.
You could hold your action to attack it when it does something. If you wanted to delay so that you're not impacting the compelled duel on its turn.
Up to you.
That is an option.
Oh, give me just a second because it's just been a long time since I've done any fighting with Kretha. So I just want to remember what I'm doing because I've got a lot of stuff, but
You have a lot of stuff. This is what comes of multi-classing.
I know.
So
I
many
guess
options.
I'm gonna first off bonus action Hunter's Mark.
Excellent.
Does not break the duel.
Does not break the duel. That's good.
As it is neither a debuff or causes damage.
Yep.
All right.
I know. It's just the spell only cares about dealing damage.
Now, do I Hunter's Mark me? Yeah.
It calls out harmful effects, so I wouldn't be able to cast Hold Monster on him.
You
without breaking the rule.
You only Hunter's Mark yourself. I'm going to remove that. You only Hunter's Mark yourself after you hit and before you deal damage.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Then.
We're all remembering.
So it's remind me of the stuff again that's going to break the
dealing damage.
If he still has the duel on him on his turn, he'll have to make a save, or he's stuck to stay within 30 feet of Meepo. So if you want to hold your action until
but
he
what
tries to move,
break it.
If you deal damage to him, it
Deal
would
damage.
break the compelled duel,
Okay.
or cast a harmful spell.
Or cast a harmful spell.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like Hex would break it, but Hunter's Mark doesn't.
Yeah.
Hunter's Mark is like that distinction is like just enough to make Hunter's Mark meaningfully different.
Yeah.
All right. So
It also strictly increases the weapon damage, not applies extra damage.
A level 2 or level 3, one of my third level slots. I'm gonna cast Aid.
Oh fuck yes!
So
Level
targeting?
8, I believe, gives
I
15
can
temporary
target
HP.
up to 3
No.
creatures within
8.
range. Hit point
Eight.
maximum and current hit points increase by 5. And when
It's
you
not
cast
temp.
a spell using a spell slot of 3rd level or higher, a target's hit points increase by additional 5 for each slot level above 2nd. So then it's going to be 10.
So 10. On
10
3
hit
people, who
points.
you casting it on?
No. It starts at 5. It's another 5 for each above.
Yeah.
So it'll be 15 total. If
Yeah.
you're doing it, right?
No, it's a level 2 spell, so it's going up 1 level.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, all good.
So for it's 3 people, so I'm going to do Meepo, I'm going to do Calprix, and I am going to do
Echo's gonna get up in melee. Just
yeah,
letting you know.
probably Echo for that
Okay.
reason. That was what I was thinking. Oh yeah.
Cool. Hit point max goes up by 10. Yeah,
I'll
it's
go ahead
specifically
and-
not temp HP.
I'll go ahead and I'm on the back of of Stinky, and Stinky will jump onto whichever dragon was offering the ride.
Both of them are. So you
whoever's
tell me.
closer. I don't know.
Get
All right,
on Clarion.
We'll say
I'll
Clarion.
get on
yeah.
Clarion. Okay, I'll get on Clarion. That's not going to be confusing at all.
Must make a wisdom
Because of the-
time it attempts
I know
to-
what I'm going to do.
If it succeeds,
I know what I'm gonna do.
the spell ends if you attack any other creatures. If you cast if a creature friendly to you damages or if you end your turn more than
That's a
30 feet away from it.
harmful
Okay, just making sure I understand how Compelled Duel works.
Yeah. No, it's a great utility spell too. It's awesome.
And like yeah,
It's great at locking someone down. It's
could
just
have burned a legendary resistance on that, but it didn't
didn't.
seem like a big deal to this guy. So we'll
It
see
is
how
a
it goes.
first level spell.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. So, Kreetha, you cast Aid. Are you moving as well, or is it just Stinky that's moving?
She's on Stinky.
I'm on Stinky, so
Okay, so you-
technically
gotcha.
I'm moving without moving, yes.
Got it. Cool. Calder.
Stinky holds his action aside from the move.
Okay, I have a held action.
Okay. Is there a trigger to that?
The trigger will be when the dragon moves 30 feet away from moves 30 feet or more away. He manages to break the terms of the duel.
Got it.
And that will be to cast Tasha's Mind Whip on the dragon.
Love it. Are you moving towards either of the metallic dragons?
I'm on my broom, so
Okay, cool.
I'll take advantage of the Z-axis.
Excellent. Are you flying up and away? Because obviously you can't go closer, right?
I'm keeping them within range, but I am
Perfect.
like trying to make it so I'm not in breath range or more, or even if he turns the breath on me, he won't hit anything else.
So Felgalos, currently without any passengers or anything like that, right, is going to move up and is going to say in a much louder, more booming voice than he usually has when he's a halfling, "We will try to drop their defenses." Or we will try to drop his defenses. And he's going to use his breath weapon. And that breath weapon is going to be his slowing breath.
Oh, no damage. Okay. Not
No
a spell.
no damage and not a spell.
Yes, and
Let's
yes.
go.
So he's going to use his slow breath. I need a DC 18 Constitution save, which will probably pass, but you never know. It might not.
Come on. Come on, fail.
I got a 27. So, yeah, it passes. And Felgalos will kind of move in a way. We don't have a map because I expect this to go aerial at some point, so a map isn't going to help us much. But Felgalos is going to move to a place where he is, where Ashardalon is situated between him and the rest of you. Echo, it's your turn.
So, Echo has this new ability since he leveled to 7th level monk. It's called Stillness of Mind. He's going to spend his action to end one effect on himself that is causing him to be frightened.
Lovely.
He's just going to spend his action to not be afraid of this dragon anymore. And then
I will
he
remove the
is
frightened.
going to... This dragon's real fucking big. He's gonna... Not where Meepo is standing, but like around the side, go and like... Can he just walk onto the... This dragon is so big. He's gonna get right next to this dragon.
Totally. Yeah. You've
But not
got the
within-
movement speed for it.
He is big enough that you can climb on top of him, and the most he can require is a grapple check, because he's just too big to say no to the grapple.
Yeah. I'm not even going
Yeah,
to bother
I-
with it. You've got a
yeah.
climb speed, right?
Echo does not have a climb speed, but he has so much athletics.
Yeah.
He's going to try to stand on some part of the tail.
Okay, yeah. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
gonna make a check for that.
And that's his turn.
At the end of your turn,
Yeah.
hold on. One creature that you can see with the disadvantage on attack rolls against creatures other than you. Okay, so,
Yep.
I'm going to use 2 legendary actions on Ashardalon. He is going to make a wing attack, which I believe is a save and not an attack roll, but I'm going to double check that. Wing attack. Yes, each creature within 15 feet of the dragon must succeed on a DC 25 dexterity saving throw. So that's going to be Meepo, Calcrix, and Echo.
Yep.
So go ahead and make your DC 25 dex save.
I add an additional 1 to this. God damn it! I am going to spend my inspiration to re-roll that.
Okay.
Come on. Jesus Christ!
Okay. So, I mean,
Went
this
from
is
the one to the halfling one.
this is an ancient-sized red dragon, right? So let's remember that. I'm gonna go ahead and just roll this once for the sake of expediency. You can go ahead and take 17 points of bludgeoning damage, and you fall prone.
I love it how you just, it suggests for the sake of expediency, the average quantity of damage, and you rolled the average.
I rolled
quantity.
exactly the average that it gave. I know, incredible. So
Oh, are you kidding me? Pulse drops because I got a 9 on my concentration check.
oh no.
The dice are hating me right now.
So-
That was
so
a 1,
Ashardalon-
a 2, and a 3.
Like, again, he is getting ready to fly, right? That's what he's trying to do, and he beats his wings so hard that even Calcrix, with her massive bulk, like falls back and almost rolls on top of Meepo, who is flung from her and lands prone on the ground. What does it look like when Echo fails this save?
I think he just gets like smacked into the tail that he's standing on, and he's just kind of like getting buffeted and just gets a face full of scales.
Makes sense to me. And that was the end of your turn because I took a legendary action.
Yep.
Calcrix is going to take half of her movement to stand up and is going to make her breath attack.
Is she?
Yes, she is. Although the first thing she's going to do is she's going to attempt a frightful presence.
There you go.
We're going to do that first. We're going to attempt the frightful presence on Ashardalon.
I mean, it could. Yeah, he can
It
roll like
works.
shit.
Ashardalon will burn his first legendary resistance, avoiding the
Fuck it.
fear effect.
Okay, he's used 1.
Yeah, I have them written down.
I'm also keeping track.
And then I believe, hold on, actions. Just
I mean, she could hold her action.
look at this really quick.
She could hold her action.
She is used to fighting with Meepo. She would know what Compel Duel does.
Part of me thinks she doesn't care, and part of me also thinks that Calcrix and Meepo kind of count as the same being for the purposes of this. Maybe.
Sorry, as the DM, are you saying
I
her
think-
doing
I
damage
think
would not break the duel?
It is cooler, I think, if this
Cool,
ends
cool.
up not breaking it. So she's
I-
not
yeah,
going to use
cool.
her. She's not going to use her breath weapon. Instead, she is going to use the other half of her movement to leap forward and attempt to grab Ashardalon around the neck.
Attempting a grapple. That works.
So we're gonna do the
she's
grapple
a-
thing. So we're gonna do contested athletics instead of doing damage. So I don't need to even worry about doing weird custom rules.
Yep.
Do have to make sure though, because it did specify. There we go. Strength 25. So she'll get an 18. I should probably just keep Ashardalon's sheet open since it's going to be relevant a lot. We'll get a 12. So Calcrix will jump at Ashardalon and lock her jaws around his neck, and he's kind of whipping his head around trying to get her off, but she's gonna hold on to him and keep him pinned down.
gotta practice with mortal plane.
With the audacity.
The lion, the witch, and the audacity of this bitch!
At the end of Calcrix's turn, Ashardalon's going to take his third legendary action to attack Meepo with a tail swipe. Does grapple affect attack rolls outside of?
I believe
Nope.
grapple says you can only you
Nope.
your attack at
That's
disadvantage.
restrained. No. Restrained is what affects advantage. Grapple is just movement.
Okay, cool. So the tail that Echo was standing on a moment ago that was flung off of is going to whip around and is going to attack Meepo, the one person that it can attack without taking disadvantage. Will hit.
Ouch.
Wait, what is Meepo's AC?
His AC is currently 20, 21? 18, because he's not using a shield because
Okay.
Shatter Spike's a two-handed sword for him.
Maybe
He also is not wearing his wedding present. He's also not wearing his wedding present yet.
So the tail will whip around. Meepo is already prone, so it's going to slam down on top of Meepo, who's on the ground. But his armor kind of deflects the blow. So he takes damage, but he doesn't get hurt that badly.
The prone should be taken off of Calcrix, the adult white dragon.
I will take Calcrix's prone off. And now we're up to Ashardalon's actual turn. Now, I was gonna do a breath weapon, but as a bit of flavor, I'm gonna say that Calcrix is sort of keeping his head pointed upward. So we're just gonna take a multi-attack instead. One with its bite, which is gonna be at Calcrix with disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
It will hit with that bite. For 41 points of damage. So he's whipping his head around, biting at this upstart white dragon that's trying to hold him down. And then two with claws, both of which are going to be attacking Meepo, who is still on the ground. The first one is a natural 20.
Oh. Meepo, buddy.
For 24 points of damage. And attack number 2. I'm getting big like flashbacks to when Meepo fought Calcrix. That was almost another 20. Did you see it? It was almost another 20, but it wasn't.
Oh wait, shit. Okay, no, that wouldn't have worked. But Echo has evasion. He should have taken half of that damage from the deck save.
Oh wait, that's not.
That.
I didn't mean Kreetha. Sorry. That was 15 points of damage. So Meepo has taken 56 wounds out of 82 HP. He's fine at the moment. Now the question is, at the end of Ashardalon's turn, are either of our dragons going to make a legendary action?
Legendary action? Come on.
Well, because the thing is, if they do, they're going to have to make an attack, right?
Yeah, which is fine. We're
unless
just
they have alternative actions that aren't attack. Like
Right,
if they have one that says cast a spell, they can cast a healing.
They
spell
don't.
or something.
Ashardalon didn't move, right?
Right.
Yeah. So
But the compelled duel is still in effect.
Yes, but the main thing of keeping him here for another round of shit, like,
Is here, that's true, and she is... Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and have
So
both of them, both Fel and Clarion are going to take their legendary actions to do tail attacks.
and I believe
And
Kreetha also takes her held action.
And my held action should fire because he has now broken. He has broken the compelled duel.
Two things. Number one, Kreitha didn't take a held action; she cast aid. Number two,
Right,
your
right.
trigger was moving 30 feet away.
Yes,
Calder.
she didn't do.
So Clarion first will hit
Okay.
for 15 points of damage, and Fel, who also should probably, I should probably just have all of these character sheets just up. The compelled duel will fade, which also frees up Meepo's concentration, which is nice. We'll get Fel's sheet up. My screen is starting to get very crowded.
Drop the map. You don't need it right now.
That's true, I don't. Which will also hit for another 15, or for a further 15. So Ashardalon slams Meepo into the ground, and as he does so, both Fel and Clarion, who clearly are accustomed to fighting together, both take advantage of the opportunity and slam their tails into this massive red dragon at the end of his turn. It is Clarion's turn. Clarion is going to go ahead and sort of step back so that he is... actually, no, he's going to stay in because he doesn't want to take any sort of reaction attack, and is going to use the paralyzing breath. See if we can burn down those legendary resistances.
Right, come on. Come on.
Ashardalon will succeed the Constitution save. It turns out Constitution saves are really, really good for gigantic dragons. So that's going to be that. At the end of Clarion's turn, God, there's so many things to track. Ashardalon will go ahead and once again do the wing attack. So I'm going to say, I didn't say it before, but because they made melee attacks, I'm going to say that Fel and Clarion are both within range of this as well. How about
dexterity?
Kreitha's in range of it because Kreitha's on the back of.
Okay, good. So I'm gonna need a dex save from Kreitha as well, and Echo, and
Everyone but Calder.
everyone but Calder. Yeah.
So dex save from Kreitha, Stinky. Okay.
There we fucking maybe. No.
Dex.
Oh, the DC's 21. All right.
Yeah.
Echo
Ooh,
will.
damn,
evasion,
Kreitha.
and-
Kreitha did it.
Yeah.
And then Meepo.
Stinky. Why did that not like I had rolled and Stinky had done a great roll and for some reason it went in the thing and then didn't keep it.
Isn't that always the way?
But she's on top of Stinky, so like the fuckity fuck.
Well, I have looked up the rules on mounted combat. Just give me one sec. I have to do a couple other things.
She's on top of Stinky.
Also
Stinky's
fails.
on top of Clarion. So
And Meepo. So many dice flying around. Meepo will also fail on a natural 18. So once again, I'm just going to roll the damage once, and if everyone would be so kind as to apply the damage to yourselves.
Yep. Echo takes half because of evasion.
So that's 15 points of damage, so 7 for Echo.
And also Kreitha saved.
And
so
7 for
she take
Kreitha.
half or none. Okay.
And then Kreitha, I need you to make another DC 10 dexterity save to see if you fall, or to see if you can jump off of Stinky before he falls over, essentially. It's a very easy one, don't roll a 1.
okay, so I'm just rolling just a DC 10?
Yes.
Dex save. Dex save.
I'm going to put
Oh.
prone on the people who need prone.
You're just trying to beat 10.
Oh, okay, that's brain is kind of dumb today.
Yep, you're good. You're fine. You are not prone.
Now, Stinky doesn't have any like wounds or anything labeled here. Is like I don't know what his
I don't even see him on the combat tracker at the moment.
which is okay.
You
Kreitha,
could just
you
write down on a
succeeded.
piece of paper.
How much
15
damage was it?
15.
It was 15.
Yeah, no, like I just don't see what his max HP is. It's just 0 on here, and I'm like, oh.
Hold on. I got him. I'm putting him in the thing. He has 30, so that's half. That's fully half his HP.
Oh yeah, I mean he's just a little guy.
And he's going to be at your initiative of 12. Okay. Now, with all that, where was I?
Jen.
That was Ashardalon's legendary action at the end of Clarion's turn. I am going to say that because Calcrix was knocked prone, this is kind of an ad hoc ruling. I'm going to say the grapple is removed.
That's not what ends grapples, but all right.
I
Strictly that it's
Is that-
nothing he did. Nothing he
Would
did, even
stop the
knocking her over
grapple.
would stop. She's grabbing him. Knocking her
Yeah.
over is strictly worse.
Fair enough. Okay, so she's still she gets knocked over again, but is still holding on for dear life to that neck.
Also, yeah, she has a neck. She's really good
Jen.
at that.
Yeah.
You need to manually add 7 wounds to Kretha and 15 to Stinky, if you can.
I can do Stinky.
Alright.
Okay.
And then did we add Felgalos also needs 15 wounds.
Fell
Yes, he
also.
failed.
And so did
And Clarion.
Clarion.
Yep.
So much to track.
He
Okay.
was honest.
All good. Everything's great. We are going to do so the layer action he's going to use is a volcanic cloud. So a split opens in the earth, and it's going to rise up and engulf essentially him and Calcrix. And Calcrix is going to make a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, baby.
And is going to succeed it, which is good because
yeah.
that's a paralyzing poison that would not have been great if he hadn't. So that's the layer action. We're back to Meepo, who is gonna spit out some blood, stand up in the crater that he's currently in, and is going to cast Blinding Smite.
Get him.
Which I believe is a bonus action.
Yep,
is a-
most of the smites are. Yeah.
Yeah, the smite spells are weird.
That's
Well,
both
to
of his.
concentrate on it until you hit.
That's both of his level 3 slots. So he's gonna go ahead and attack. So he runs up once again, makes his attack. He hits. He's gonna drop a 2nd level spell slot to double smite.
3d8.
So we're gonna
On
start
top
with.
on top of the damage
Yeah,
that
let me-
Blinding Smite does.
We're gonna start with Shatter Spike's normal damage, which does
Yeah.
12, and then 3d8 radiant from the Blinding Smite, and another 3d8 radiant from the Smite. Lots of damage.
Fuck
That's
yeah, fuck
33
'em up.
more. And I need to make a Constitution save, which is probably going to be fine, but you never know.
For what?
For blinding.
Ah, okay.
It will make the Constitution save for the blind. So again, Meepo runs up to I'm going to say he does the same thing because Calcrix is like grappled with this thing. He once again runs up Calcrix and swipes his sword directly at the space in between Ashardalon's eyes. And when he hits, there's this flashbang of white light, and he's going to take his 2nd attack.
Come on. Do kobolds have pack tactics?
They do, in fact. I should have done that with advantage, so I'm going to do it with advantage this time. Good looking out.
Just like, wait a second.
There will never be, and that's a good thing too, there will never be a combat that I run that I don't mess something up, so I appreciate you for keeping me honest. Let's drop another second level smite. Fuck it.
Get him! Okay.
So for another 12, and then another
3d8.
3d8. Not so good this time. 8 more. And Meepo will end his turn. Ashardalon's going to take his legendary action to do a tail attack. At least I'm remembering that part this time.
He's taken 2 legendary actions so far this round.
This is actually the third. The wing attack takes 2, and he has 3 every round. So the wing attack took 2, the tail attack takes his third one.
So this is the end until his turn.
Yes. He will
Yikes.
hit.
Yikes. It was... yikes.
For 20 points of damage.
How's Meepo looking?
No, Meepo does not look great, no. So again, like, Meepo goes to jump back off of Ashardalon, and the tail just whips around and bats him out of the air, and just, like, slams him directly down into the ground, once again. He's not down, he's fine. I mean, not fine, but it's Kretha's turn.
Alright, so Kretha this time is going to go after with scroll. Where is it?
You gonna do that Zephyr Strike?
The Zephyr Strike is you move like the wind and you don't provoke opportunity attacks, which is a bonus action.
Is Hunter's Mark concentration?
Concentration.
It is
yeah.
concentration, yes.
Then you need to make a save because you took damage.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and make a
okay.
It's just
Constitution
DC. It's just DC 10. You have to beat a
And
10.
I save with
Constitution.
Constitution. All right, let me do that real quick.
To see if you still have Hunter's Mark up.
Okay, no
Yeah.
problem.
Oh yeah, you're good. You're good.
So I can't really do Zephyr Strike without dropping
That's fine.
Hunter's
Zephyr
Mark.
Strike
So
is
I-
concentration, yes.
Yeah.
Just
yeah.
landed.
So yeah, let me just Durgadin this.
Take that attack. You get 2 of them.
Alright. Get 2 of them. Okay, so hold on. I also have too much stuff up on things. So I'm looking at Durgadin Reforged with Sharpshooter, and I grab this and I go against Ashardalon's avatar. See if that actually.
It does hit.
Oh yeah, fuck him up.
All right, and then how do I do this with the
The benefit
Yeah.
from Sharpshooter.
There should
Oh,
be.
what was Sharpshooter? No, I've got that. I'm talking about Hunter's Mark.
Now you apply the Hunter's Mark to yourself,
Before I roll
and
it.
then roll the damage.
Okay, Hunter's Mark. Back to me. And then roll the damage.
24 points of damage. Gotta love Sharpshooter.
Fuck yeah.
And then I do that again.
Yep, take the second attack. And unlike Pathfinder, you don't have to take a penalty on this. That looks like a miss, though. Pings
did
off
miss.
of the very thick scales.
Yeah. So I do that. And then
And you're shooting off of Clarion's back, right? You're still
yes.
You're still up there on top of him. That's awesome.
I'm still up there on top of Clarion's back. Yes. So,
Honestly, Miss Goblin, you could bonus action hide behind like Clarion's head if you wanted to.
Yeah, because Goblin.
That's right. Goblins get bonus action, or get hide as a bonus action.
Hide and disengage is a bonus action. Yep.
okay. I guess, yeah, let me hide behind the head as best as that's going to protect me.
behind his horns and stuff.
Behind
Yeah.
the horns, yeah.
Well, it means that he can't target you, must target dragon. So
Yeah.
And if you're still hidden by your next turn, you'll get advantage on the first shot.
Cool. Yeah, I'll do that. Stinky also hides.
Stinky is prone, so he'll take half his
Spend his
movement to
movement.
stand up, and then you can.
Stinky will croak and
like I'm
Yeah.
like thinking like just
Very
like
broad
getting under his
shoulder.
front and like covering his eyes with the front of his paws.
yeah.
So make a stealth check for Kretha to hide.
Stealth check. Stealth check. Stealth check. Let's get down to stealth, which is something that she's pretty decent at.
Yeah. Oh wait. Oh no.
Hey, why was there disadvantage?
Your armor.
What armor are you wearing?
Double check in the armor.
No, she's a forge cleric. She should be proficient in it.
I should be proficient in that armor.
But half plate still imposes disadvantage on stealth. That's just
Ah,
part
okay.
of the. That's just part of it being
Yeah,
played.
you need it to be made of mithril because that's part of the mithril package.
It doesn't matter. It's not
Isn't
paying attention to you anyway. Calder, it's your turn.
Yeah, I am annoyed.
Oh,
this
I'm
is
sorry.
no-
Before you do anything else, Calder, from last turn, make a save against the frighten effect. Because you would have done that at the end of your last turn. You're looking for a 21.
I am not going to get a 21. I literally can't get a 21.
Now that you don't have bless, yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So you still have the frightened effect. But you don't make attack rolls anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. Ooh. I want to burn him through these legendary resistances.
That's a very, very solid plan.
So yeah, I'm gonna stick with the plan I did for last turn. I'm gonna actually cast Tasha's Mind Whip on him. But first, I'm gonna summon the puppy.
Summon the puppy. That's right.
Yes,
You've
Russian
got your
Pole.
Hound of Ill Omen, which is just a teeny little boy compared to this thing.
Yeah, just a dire wolf, and it's gonna summon it just on top of him. Behind, it has to be near him.
He's a big enough guy.
And literally just on top of him, and just or right underneath him because he's like kind of crawls out of his shadow.
The wolf gets its own initiative, right?
Correct. And now and because the wolf is within 5 feet of him, a pretty easy feat. He has disadvantages on the checks. I need an intelligence saving throw.
An intelligence
For
save
the mind.
for the mind whip. Got
Yes.
it. Intelligence
At disadvantage.
well, let me hit the disadvantage button.
Because of the dog.
That's a 14.
That is a
That-
fail.
Does he use his legendary?
Remind me what mind whip does.
The negative effects of failing the sex of mind whip is that you on a failed save they take 3d6 psychic damage, cannot take a reaction until their next turn. Moreover, on their next turn they must choose move, action, or bonus action because they only get one.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and legendary resist that number 2.
Yeah, because Tasha's mind whip sucks.
Yeah, it does.
That says he'll still take a small quantity of psychic damage. He'll take, in fact, 4 of psychic damage.
Oh,
Awesome.
And so that was my normal action. So bonus action. Like my bonus action will summon the dog. Yep. Move. I'm just gonna continue to be. I want to be directly behind. I want to try to pin him. So he is either paying attention to his attackers or me. He can't have both.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
on the opposite side from Calcrix and all them.
Felgalos is going to attempt to recharge his breath weapon. He will fail to do so. So instead, he's just going to go ahead and do his multi-attack. One
He's gonna
bite,
stand up first, though, right?
2 claws, going to stand up first. Half his movement to stand up. But we've already established that he's within melee. So he's going to stand up. He's going to do 1 bite, 2 claws.
Come on, buddy.
He is no longer under the compelled duel, so he can attack whatever he wants.
That's a miss.
come on,
Still
buddy.
shaking it off. The claw hits.
better. That's better.
And then second claw. Also hits.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's the attack. So again, like Fell is trying to also move in a very tactical way, where he's always kind of positioning himself more or less directly behind Ashardalon, despite the fact that facing isn't really a thing in D&D anymore. But you get the idea. I already used all of Ashardalon's legendaries for this round. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome. Echo, you're
Until
prone. It's
his
your turn.
Yeah, I'm trying to double check that. Okay, now. All right, spend half my movement to stand up.
Yep.
So please remove prone. And then Echo's gonna be like, okay, pay attention to me now, and just starts fucking wailing on him. So we're gonna do this attack first. Are
No.
you kidding me?
Not even a little
Your
bit.
day, apparently.
Second attack.
He's really big. Like,
Spend a key point. Flurry of blows.
Yep. There's a hit.
There we go. Okay, spending another key point. Can I get a stunning strike Constitution save? Wait, I can put it on him. I have that.
He gets disadvantage.
No, it's just against Calder's things.
Oh, is that only?
Unless it's only against my spells.
Gotcha.
Although, even with a 5e6
Even with a Constitution save for this guy is
but
big.
Also, open hand technique. He's gonna have to make a dexterity saving throw, which I can also put on him.
Okay. This is going to be a lot more difficult for him.
But he doesn't
nope.
have team.
Never
All
mind.
Well, let me do the damage.
And
Are
minimum damage.
you kidding me? All right, second attack for flurry of blows.
Echo's pretty punch drunk at the moment. That hits.
There we go. All right, I'm gonna need another dexterity save on this one.
Another 19.
God, fuck this guy.
Hey, max
Thank you.
damage on that one though.
Fucking damage. Okay. Yeah. And then Echo is going to run up his spine to get on his back.
Sees the dog.
This is going to be hilarious. Okay. So, for Calcrix, I need a little bit of a thing, and I want you two to help me out with this, okay? Calcrix has Ashardalon's neck in her mouth. So she's going to use her breath weapon. I want you two to tell me whether or not the dog or Echo is in the line of fire. You did just say that Echo ran up his back.
For half speed, he's 20 feet up
Okay,
the tail.
then neither of you will be in on it. Okay.
He has a tail, so his spine is real long.
Yeah.
Oh, actually,
I'd have to spend half my movement getting up.
Calcrix is smart enough at this point to know, Calcrix is smart enough to know not to target Constitution save. So instead, we're just going to do a multi-attack anyway.
Yeah, come on, girl.
Bite and 2 claws.
She is not old enough to reliably hit a dragon bigger than her.
The bite misses. Why does she have disadvantage? Oh, she was prone. Let's take half her movement and stand up. Both of those would have missed anyway.
Yeah.
2 claws. Claw number 1 misses. Claw number 2 hits. So again, worrying away at the neck and like hind claws like a cat, because she started out prone at the round, right? So I'm gonna say like the sort of big cat way of using the hind claws to try to slash at the midsection as she rolls her way back to her feet and maintains the grab. Ashardalon is going to take his action to attempt to break the grapple. So we're gonna do a versus strength.
Opposed athletics. Yep. Well, I mean, Calcrix could use either athletics or
Neither of them
acrobatics.
actually has the athletics skill.
So just strength be strength.
He'll get a 26. And she'll get a 21, so he's going to break free. and he is going to use his movement to take off. I need attacks of opportunity from basically everybody.
Echo's going with him, so not Echo.
Echo's holding on.
The dog, the dire wolf gets one. Someone
Yes.
else?
Direwolf has pack tactics.
Yep.
So, right, because I have to
I-
do that. We'll do that one
I-
first. With advantage. With this
I-
teeny-ass little bite.
His probability of hitting is very remote.
Hey, that's a hit!
Lock it up!
Little
Get
bit of a bite. He could do a little bite. For 9 points of damage. That's actually a fairly healthy chunk. Okay, so
Meepo gets pack tactics as well.
Meepo and
Oh, it has-
all 3
it has to be-
dragons.
He has to make
And
a dex
Krita?
save, and he needs to make a dex save.
It's a strength
the dog
save, I
hit?
believe, for the
Yes.
direwolf. But you're not wrong. It's a DC
He's
13.
It's not that hard.
He can roll a 1.
It's
Come on, guys.
possible. It's possible he gets. That would be so funny. Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Is he gonna
So-
burn his last legendary resistance to not being knocked prone?
Yeah, I guess he's got to. I can't believe
Knock him
the dog. The dog made him burn his last legendary action or resistance.
Oh, God, that's
So he
good.
goes to take off, damn near trips over the pupper. And now I still need attacks of opportunity from everybody else.
Yeah.
Let's
Meepo
start.
has it at advantage.
Let's start with Meepo at advantage. Whoops. 24 will hit. Okay. I thought I put that in the wrong spot, but I didn't. Last level 2 spell slot for a smite.
Smite, yeah.
For an additional 9.
I mean, we're whittling it down.
Yes, I do not expect this to end with you taking away all of his HP. I was kind of expecting this to end with a polymorph, but we'll see how that goes now that it's burned all of his legendary resistances.
Well,
Yeah.
We'll see what happens come my turn.
It might happen. We will see. Okay, let's go ahead and get Calcrix's attack. The bite does more damage, so let's do that. Natural 1, unfortunately.
Alright. Fell.
Nobody's been having good bite luck. Except Felgalos
Hey!
manages it
Fuck it up, Fell. Come on. Yeah.
for 17. And again, with just incredible, not precision, with incredible, awareness of each other. Again, it's very obvious that Clarion and Fel have been fighting together for a long time. What's the word I'm looking for when they attack at the same time?
Coordination.
Coordination is the word I was
Coordination.
looking for. Thank you. I'm so good at words.
Hey, even at disadvantage, he hit. Let's go.
For 23 points of damage as well. They even do the same amount of damage to each, or the same amount of damage. Incredible.
The power of friendship. And then-
Okay. Is that everybody who had melee? Did every melee person make that attack of opportunity?
That's not.
Krita's
Krita,
hiding, but Krita.
And
yeah,
Krita
he
has a
wasn't
ranged
in
weapon anyway.
for melee.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I wasn't sure
Cool.
whether that was. part
So-
of it.
Ashardalon is going to move 40 feet. 80 feet directly up.
Okay.
With Echo clinging to him. I'm not going to make you make any sort of check for that.
Alright. He's
Um,
big enough, there's a lot of him.
At the end of his turn, I'm not going to do legendary actions because neither of them are in melee. Clarion is going to go ahead and attempt to recharge Breath Weapon. Will fail to do so. Spend half of his movement to stand up.
Then take up after him.
And fly 80 feet. Yes, is going to take off after him.
And get 40 feet up.
Get 40 feet up. And he hasn't taken an action yet, right?
Nope.
I'm gonna have him.
Spellcasting?
He doesn't. No, I'm gonna have him take an action to dash. So he is going to fly up past Ashardalon so that he is now essentially 40 feet above.
Once people are airborne, things are going to get a little bit weird.
Inside of the canyon.
Does Ashardalon take his rate to take an AOP on him?
No, he's not going to get that close.
Your audio suddenly went way weird.
Mine did?
Yeah, you sound like you're talking inside of a can.
Are we still recording?
And your audio's out entirely at the moment.
Okay, checking again.
There you are.
There you go.
Okay, my microphone got unplugged, so for a second there you were hearing me through the webcam. Excellent, thank you for letting me know. So no, Clarion is going to go up above, but he's not going to get close enough to Ashardalon to take an attack of opportunity.
Okay. He's positioned there, and Kretha's up there with him.
Kretha's up there.
No one is close enough to Ashardalon for the. No one is close enough to Ashardalon for him to take a melee action. So we're gonna move on to the layer action, which is again going to be a volcanic cloud, which is going to spew up from the ground and attempt to hit Clarion. So
Clarion's
both.
above him.
Yes, it's any spot within 120 feet.
Oh damn! Okay.
So both Kretha and Clarion need to make.
He's 80 plus 40.
Plus 40,
so
that's
he is
120
above.
feet. He's out of range.
Yeah. Clarion is just out of range because he moved 120.
Yes, he moved 120, but Ashardalon moved 80.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's
But this is the lair.
This is the lair, and it's coming from the ground. It's coming from the ground.
It literally just says.
So
So for volcanic cloud, it says a 20-foot radius sphere centered on a point the dragon can see within 120 feet of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I described it as coming up out of the ground, but it's just a point in the air. I need a DC 13 Constitution save from Kretha. Good looking out though, and I'm going to make the same one for Clarion. Clarion will make it. Kretha, you have inspiration, but I'm going to describe to you what this does first, okay? So you begin to choke on this volcanic ash. It poisons you and incapacitates you, which means you would fall. So I would recommend using your inspiration and re-rolling that.
Bulky.
yeah, that would not be great for you.
A 13 exactly. Okay, so you begin to choke on the volcanic dust, but you manage to probably put a cloth up in front of your face and keep yourself from. You feel yourself starting to pass out, but you manage to fight it off. Meepo is going to run up onto Calcrix one more time, take up a position on one of the spines near the back of Calcrix's neck, and is going to cast Cure Wounds. Actually, no, he's going to use his Lay on Hands. Lay on Hands is, how much?
It's 5 per level of Paladin.
5
It's
per
just
level
total
of
pool.
Paladin. He's going to
That's
heal
his
himself for
total pool.
45.
Yeah.
So he climbs up, gets on Calcrix's back, bloodied, battered. His hands begin to glow, and he centers himself, and his wounds close. The blood dries and flakes off, and he's ready to go. It's Kretha's turn.
It is Kretha's turn.
You are now in the air.
Yeah. Now in the air. So, and how far am I from?
You are roughly 40 feet away from Ashardalon.
Roughly 40 feet away.
I'm not going to be super worried about it, but also you have sharpshooters, so you can shoot from a mile away. Not literally, but you can shoot from really far away.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. So. Yes. I still have Hunter's Mark up. So
Yes, you
let
do.
me just Durgan in this bitch again.
Literally.
And you have advantage on your first because you're hidden.
You have advantage on the first. Yes,
Are you hidden?
I am hidden. Remember, I hid. I took the hit
yes.
action with my
She
bonus.
didn't roll well on it, but Ashardalon's not looking for her, so yeah. So you can take advantage on the first attack.
Cool.
Still not good enough when you roll a 5 and a
Still
4.
not good enough.
Second
I-
attack is not with advantage.
No, second attack is not with advantage.
Also a miss.
Listen.
It's the volcanic ash. It's in your eyes. It's in your nose. It's difficult to shake off.
Mm-hmm.
So you take your attacks. Anything else?
Bonus action hide again. Or do you need a healing word to? You're not too hurt.
I have 7 points of damage. Like that's not a whole lot for Kretha. Guess I'm going to. Hold on. No, let me take that. Not sure why that did that there. Hold on. I'm trying to click on stuff real quick.
That's okay. Take your time.
All right, so I am going to take off Hunter's Mark,
Okay.
and I am going to put on, since it is a touch thing, Bear's Endurance upon Clarion.
Love it.
So that would be the.
You get temp HP.
No,
I'm-
that's Constitution. I'm just looking for my Constitution one. There it is.
Yeah, and you can drop it on him. Beautiful. He gets advantage on Constitution checks.
Nice.
Love it. Excellent. Poor Stinky is watching you fly away forlornly from the ground.
Yeah.
The dire wolf is also forlornly watching from the ground.
But he can run up the sides of walls and shit. He's
He
not-
can, but he can't. I'm pretty sure he can't fly.
He can't fly.
Calder, it's your turn. You can fly.
I can fly. This is gonna be this is like high risk, high reward type situation. I'm gonna use heightened spell
Okay.
and cast Hold Monster.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
It's a wisdom save. It is a wisdom save.
Go ahead and force that if you can.
One moment.
It does
Is
not
it a
have
disadvantage?
disadvantage. It is
The
not.
dog can't.
Heightened spell.
Oh,
That's what I
heightened
said.
spell makes it disadvantage. I love it. Yes,
Yeah,
do it.
Let me
So
see.
you have to roll it because it's at disadvantage.
Yes, I do.
Right.
You can hit the disadvantage button and roll it for
No.
me if you want.
It doesn't force disadvantage on people. I don't believe.
Okay, roll it again. then.
Doesn't matter. That's a failure.
That looks like a
Is it?
success
It should,
to me.
mine should be a 19.
Oh, it should be a 19.
Your DC should be 19.
Yeah, it doesn't. For some reason, some spells don't count the amulet.
Weird. Okay.
Yeah, you have to manually go into the spells and change
Yeah.
the DC.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, hold monster. It doesn't have any legendary resistances left. So,
Nope.
It is. He becomes paralyzed and
Yes.
will fall the 80 feet.
yes, I believe he falls on his turn, or does he fall immediately?
Falls immediately.
Doesn't even matter. Okay. So, hold monster.
You're alive.
He seizes up. I am going to need. I want to come up with something really quick to make sure because Echo, you're going to need to take some fall damage as well.
I have slow fall. Let's go.
Let's have you. I wanna do something cinematic here. You all get to do your jumping on dragons shit. I want you to roll something to see if you can avoid being underneath the dragon as he falls. What do you think would be appropriate?
Beginning.
He's frozen in place, so it's like he's gonna fall like a marionette or an action figure.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Just
do
give
you
me
want an acrobatics check?
acrobatics
to
is
be, like, running
perfect.
around
Roll
this?
it. We'll give you a
Running on
DC.
him like a,
We'll give you a
log.
DC 13. It's going to be a low DC.
Come on.
A 16. Okay,
Yeah.
so you managed to jump off. You are falling 80 feet. Remind me of slow fall.
I use my reaction to reduce any falling damage I take by an equal to 5 times my monk level, so that'd be 35. The first 35 of the fall damage I do not take, and it's 1d6 per every 10 feet above the first 10.
Okay, so you'll
it's
take effectively
76.
40 points of damage, or not 40 points of damage, 40 feet of falling damage instead of 80. Yeah?
No, you roll a d6 for every 10 feet that we fall, which it's here, because you don't count the first 10, that would be 7d6 total of fall damage.
All right, so I'm going to roll that on Ashardalon first. He will slam into the ground and take 18 points of damage. Getting him past the halfway point, by the way. There's a
Nice.
resounding crash. The ground shakes as he hits it.
And then do you just want to roll into chat, and if it's less than 35, he doesn't take it?
It's damage, not feat. I thought. Oh,
Yeah, it's damage. He negates fall damage equal to 5 times his monk level.
Okay, so he lands just fine.
I would like
superhero
to say
landing.
that he runs to the actual top of the dragon and surfs him on the way down.
I love it. It's perfect.
And he is paralyzed, and so every attack is a crit.
And he no longer gets to take actions or reactions.
I'm going to pull up.
Oh, and because the dog is going to be inside 5 feet range for him.
Yes.
He's going to continue at that disadvantage for any feature saving throw.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Hold
totally
monster.
fair. I'm pulling up Hold Monster really quick just to make sure I know, because I don't think he gets any more saves, right?
Like life sucks with Hold Monster.
At the end of each of its turns, the target can make another wisdom saving throw.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
And it's critically at the end of his turn, so he still doesn't get to do anything.
Yeah, but it puts paralyzed on him, which paralyzed says a bunch of things, and also he's incapacitated.
So
Felgalos,
Felgalos successfully recharges his acid breath. So he's going to also jump up into the air, take one loop, and is gonna fire his acid breath. Does being paralyzed, which I need to add.
So, paralyzed. The creature automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws. Attack rolls against the creature have advantage. Any attack that hits the creature is a critical hit if the attacker is within 5 feet of the creature. He's also incapacitated, which means can't take actions or reactions, can't move or speak.
Okay, paralyzed. Automatic damage.
Let's go!
73 of it.
Let's go!
So now that the defenses are down, Felgalos is able to again fly up, loop around, and strafe with acid breath that puts Nightscale to fucking shame. Echo, you do a perfect superhero landing after sky surfing a falling dragon. It's your turn. What do you do?
I'm gonna lay into this motherfucker at advantage.
At
and
advantage.
I'm within 5 feet, so if I hit, it's a crit.
And auto crit, yes. That hit?
So that's an auto crit.
Yes.
So I'm gonna roll it into chat. So
What? No, you can actually. So it's only the dice that are doubled, right?
Yes.
So grab the
Okay,
damage,
yep.
and then right
I
click
see it.
until you have the right number of dice. Yeah.
All right. So that, and then I'm going to, just in case he gets any wild ideas. Do I try? Fuck it.
We ball.
No, we don't have to do that yet. All right. Second hit, also at advantage.
Gorgeous.
It's auto crit. Oh, come on. Spending a key point, flurry of blows. Hitting again. Alright, nope, that one was a miss. But I am going to, just on top of everything, just in case he breaks through the spell, he doesn't get reactions until my next turn.
Gotcha.
From Open Palm Monk.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, one last hit.
Oh, that's a. I mean, it's a crit, but like it was already a crit.
Yes.
Crit
Fuck
on the
yes,
opposite.
that's some better damage.
God damn. To be clear, Ashardalon has now taken 384 points of damage total.
And
Anything else?
he automatically fails the dex save. He is also prone on top of paralyzed.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of already was, but yeah, I'll put it on him anyway, just because
Just
it's
in
funny.
case he breaks free of the spell, he's also now prone.
That's true. He might. We'll see.
That is
I think
Echo's turn.
I put it on the wrong person.
Yep,
Or on the wrong
that should be
dragon.
good.
One more
Yep.
time.
Well, it's
Paralyzed
now-
and prone. Gotta love it.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure you
Yep.
went prone when you fall a certain. And it doesn't matter.
He's for sure prone now.
He's for sure prone. He's so prone. Okay. Calcrix is going to again eschew the breath weapon and is just gonna pounce. Again, like a big cat, is just gonna pounce on top of Ashardalon and begin just savaging him.
All attacks at advantage.
Well,
Yeah,
I
it
think it will automatically.
It'll do it
that
automatically, yeah.
with the paralyzed and prone on him.
Okay, so the
So it's
bite.
an auto crit.
God damn, the bite hits for 36. Claw number 1.
Auto crit.
For 22. Claw number 2. Actually misses.
Miss.
So
Yep.
again, like at this point, Calcrix is basically on top of Ashardalon, just biting and raking with all of her claws.
I would love that the reason she missed that last one is that, like, on her second hit, she hit the wing and was coming in and saw that where she was going to hit, Echo was standing there. She went, ugh, no.
Ashardalon, who was going to take a breath attack this round, by the way, just so you know, if you had not held monster here, he would have done, just so you know, 26 d6 points of damage.
So much damage.
He gets to make the save at the end of his
just
turn.
throwing that
At
out there, you all have
disadvantage.
done a really good job of keeping him from being able to effectively utilize that breath weapon, almost like you've been, you've got good tactics and you've been fighting together for a while. He is going to do nothing
Make the
except for
wisdom-
attempt to end the paralysis.
At disadvantage.
That's supposed to be a... Wait. Did it not? It didn't. Okay, one sec.
On it.
Oh, there it goes. It will succeed even with the disadvantage. But at
Cool,
the
but that
end
was
of
the
the
end
turn.
of his turn.
So he's still prone, but he will
Still prone,
shake...
and he still doesn't have reactions.
Yeah, he will shake free of the paralysis, no reactions, still prone. Clarion is going to attempt to recharge his breath weapon. He will fail to do so.
Oh. Alright,
So-
you can take paralyzed off of him.
So Clarion is going to dive bomb, right? Is going to, right after Felgalos and Calcrix make their attacks, Clarion is going to also just dive bomb straight down like a falcon. Claws out, jaws out. Let's take a multi-attack. And he is going to get
Still
advantage on
prone.
this because still prone, yeah.
It mattered!
And manages to avoid the natural 1, hits.
No longer auto crit.
Yeah, but still a good solid 22 points of damage.
He's must be getting under hurt at this point.
Yeah, he got past half when he fell from the falling damage.
Yeah, so he's taken a fuck ton of damage since.
Fuck him up!
So now he has 2 dragons, and actually, as Clarion drops down and starts attacking, Calcrix is actually going to turn her head up and is going to hiss at Clarion. I'm not going to take a layer action this time around. Meepo, who is on top of Calcrix, yeah, is going to jump off of Calcrix with Shatterspike held aloft. Is going to essentially land as well, and is going to take 2 attacks.
Let's go.
Actions. That's gonna hit.
Go.
We're gonna drop a level 1 spell slot, 'cause that's all he's got left for a smite.
So it's an extra 2d8. Fuck yeah, fuck him up. Fuck him up! Go!
Attack number 2.
Oh my!
Oh.
Not quite enough.
Oh.
So he stabs down, and Shatterspike gets lodged like in the one of the chest plates of this dragon, and he begins twisting it around. Ashardalon begins coughing up large amounts of horrible bilious blood. Not quite dead yet. That would have been great, but it wasn't. Now, no reactions, but that doesn't mean no legendary actions.
Yes.
So Ashardalon is going to again take 2 legendary actions and attempt the wing attack. I need dexterity saves from everyone who's close by. You're looking for
Which
a 25.
counts as...
Is Kreitha close by?
Kreitha is on Clarion, so yes.
That's what my question was.
Yes.
But am I close by?
Oh, come on. Alright, evasion takes half.
Dexterity.
Like, the point is basically moot here, but I want to roll every die till the end of this. Hey, a natural 20.
Oh, fuck yeah, Kreitha.
Kreitha's very dexterous. Like, Kreitha's almost as dexterous as your mom. So.
No, look, they have the same bonus. They both have +8. I'm just rolling shit.
Both Clarion and Calcrix fail, so they're both going to go prone.
Wait, so if Clarion's going prone,
Yes.
how in the hell does that work?
I'll get to you in just a sec. So I'm going to deal my damage
Echo
first.
also needs prone.
Echo also needs prone. And again,
Yep.
I'm just going to roll the damage once and we can apply it manually. You're going to apply half.
So we'll read that.
15, so 7 for you.
7 for me, 7 more for Kreitha.
So like Calcrix is barely scratched in comparison to them.
Basically, yeah. Like, again, the fact that you all have managed to keep him from using his breath weapon has been absolutely clutch. But we're not there yet. Okay, now I need another DC 10 dex save from Kreitha. You are being ejected from Clarion, but you get a chance to land on your feet.
Alright, DC 10 dex save.
Basically, don't roll one.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah,
so you
do a cartwheel.
yeah, jump, tell me what it looks like as you jump off. Yeah.
Damn frog.
You say that one more
Land on
time.
the damn frog.
Land on Stinky. Fuck yes, let's go.
A bunch of judges hold up 9.9s and 10s.
Yeah.
Fire 100% does this.
Fire and Clarion who are watching.
Yeah.
Speaking of Kreitha, it's your turn.
Good form, good form.
Meepo and Calcrix are currently Meepo needs to take the saving throw as well.
Also, Jen, go ahead and roll another Constitution save because you did take damage. DC 10 to keep Hunter's Mark up.
Not Hunter's Mark, but the enhance.
Yeah, now the enhance ability.
Yeah. Okay. So Constitution save, right?
Yep. It just needs to be to 10.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You're good.
So
Oh,
Meepo.
also, the Bear's Endurance does give Clarion 2d6 temp HP, in addition to the advantage on Constitution
Yeah.
saves.
I'll roll that for 8. So I'll go ahead and I'm just gonna add it
8
now.
to 10.
It's not gonna matter. So I'll just take away
Yeah.
8 points of damage.
Okay.
Kreitha, it's your turn.
It's my turn. It's my turn. Okay, so
Now, ranged attacks do get disadvantage, even though the thing's gigantic, because he's prone.
Yes.
Why would you get disadvantage on
the idea
On
is,
any
when
prone from range.
If someone's going to shoot you, you lie flat, right? That's the way that you counter somebody who's trying to shoot you.
you create a smaller profile. That's
Now,
correct.
it's silly, but mechanics are mechanics. Go ahead and do what you're going to do.
Do not go to D&D if you want simulationist play.
Yeah.
Yes. So, fuck.
I think I know how this is going to end, and I'm already composing some
You could
descriptions
bonus
in my head.
action hide first and then shoot to get advantage.
Then it would be a straight roll.
Yeah.
Or you could, walk up to him, turn Durgadin into a knife and stab.
Yes, you could also do that. Because then you would have advantage. Just straight.
Well, I suppose Durgadin would want to be in battle axe because it's still a martial weapon that you're proficient in.
Yeah. I'd need to have like a.
Or finesse weapon. So, yeah, you can do that.
I'd
There are
need to
ways.
have like the stuff for that because I don't actually have any of that written up for her because she's only she's only really ever done let's shoot it.
But yeah, it would be the same, just without sharpshooter. It would be the same roll to do a dexterity melee weapon.
The same roll as Durgadin Reforged, just like the regular.
Yeah.
Just without sharpshooter.
Okay. All right. So then, yeah, she's gonna run up, and Durgadin is going to forge into a battle axe
If you want it to be a finesse weapon, then you probably want something like a spear.
or a spear, a halberd,
Halberds
Sure.
are definitely strength-based weapons.
strength based. So I
They're
want
big.
to.
They're big, heavy axes.
Okay.
Well, there's smaller Chinese halberds that function like a spear, but yes,
Hit him.
whatever he looks like.
You're probably going to have to roll twice because advantage and disadvantage normally cancel out. It doesn't matter. Roll it.
Okay. So I just pull and roll.
The one
like
with that,
Yep.
yeah. That hits.
Okay.
Yep.
I don't have a whole lot of.
For max
Oh.
damage.
Kretha, I have been forgetting. Goblins have Fury of the Small. You can add 12 damage to that if you want.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Fury of the Small.
Yeah, I've been forgetting it too.
12 damage
I
is
totally forgot.
12 extra damage is exactly enough to drop Ashardalon to 0.
Damn it! I never get to close.
So tell me how you want to go about this.
So we'll say it's a spear, but a really cool looking spear. And she goes and does her little furious run up and goes to stab in the eye.
And Ashardalon begins to shake. I'm gonna get some reactions from everyone really quick, but first off, Calcrix begins to it continues her attack. Like while Ashardalon is down, Calcrix is going to continue to bite and slash and claw until it's a bloody mess. What's Calder up to as this is happening?
He is absorbing he is essentially looking at the energies of everything and is very quiet and is very quietly pulling a bunch of arcane magic into himself.
Okay. And what's Echo
'Cause
doing?
The death of a dragon is a very magically significant event.
Yes.
Um,
What's Echo doing during Ashardalon's death throes?
Echo is going to hop up onto Calcrix, put an arm around Meepo to help steady him, and cure some wounds on him.
Go ahead and roll that.
Yep.
Kretha, Durgadin is temporarily wrenched from your grip as Ashardalon whips his head around as he's dying. You're able to retrieve him very easily, but for just a moment, Durgadin's like, ah! Because he's flying again.
No, poor Durgadin.
It's a dragon throwing it, so it's good distance and height.
and the body, shredded, destroyed, falls limp. Calcrix with blood covering almost every inch of her face and her chest and her arms and her talons, finally subsides and steps back off of the body. And I think, my friends, that's where we're going to go ahead and end this session, because it went for longer than I expected, but not as long as it could have.
Clarion finishes playing, his fingers bloody with ichor, and does the final strum and says, "And Calcrix wins."
Fatality. Now, it is 10 o'clock here. It's 1 o'clock where Jen is.
Yep, I have to go shower and go to bed and like rewrap my foot and all of that stuff.
Let's just very, very quickly, because I don't know if we're going to be around for an actual debrief like during the live session. Jen,
Yeah.
before you go, why don't you tell us what you had fun with and who you think gets inspiration?
Ooh. So inspiration, I think, is, I mean, I want to give inspiration to Calcrix and Meepo, because, you know, like wailing on, kicking ass and taking names, especially Meepo, who took a lot of damage, you know.
And dealt a lot of damage in kind.
And dealt a lot of damage. I mean, the thing is they did what they needed to do. They defended their freaking home. So I'm really proud of them. So I had a good time. I was not expecting to fight a dragon. So that's cool. Also, getting to deal the death blow without even realizing it. Fuck yeah.
If it had gotten to Felgalos, whose turn was coming up, and if Calder hadn't finished it, Felgalos would have backed off and let Calcrix take the killing blow.
Yeah.
But we had you and Calder both had the chance to get that killing blow. It was that was fucking awesome. Absolutely fucking awesome.
There were, like, Calder would have just been I'm sure it would have been a brief soliloquy of submit or die. And when he starts saying the word die, I just kill him.
As a side note, by the way, you do have at least one level of rogue, so technically you would have done sneak attack damage on that as well because you had advantage.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
It's been a while since we played these characters.
But that it didn't end
Oh
up
my
mattering.
gosh.
But that's
I was watching for it and I didn't see you use Bardic Inspiration for Calcrix once.
I didn't know. I probably should have, but I
No.
didn't really need to. It turned out.
No.
I just wanted to make sure you had it if you needed it, and
Yeah.
like that at least gave, you know, Clarion the.
Yeah, you either like won or missed by a very wide margin.
Mechanically, I feel like I mostly had a good handle on this fight. Certainly better than the Baba Yaga simulacrum fight. Okay, Jen, go to bed.
Sitting here just coloring, going, do I have to? But yes, I do. I have to.
Go.
So, okay, I'll go. I'm having fun. I didn't realize it was 1 a.m. To give you an idea of the fun I've been having. It's so much fun. I do love sitting with you guys and playing and getting to like art and play and do everything. I'm like, all the dopamines. So I definitely feel a lot better than I did at the start of this session. So that tells you how good D&D is. It
Yes.
imparted energy and appreciation and love upon me, as opposed to the way I felt at the beginning. And I feel like we all perked up. So I shall go as soon as I find the right window. It is cool. Like there's just like layers and layers and layers, like 2 screens, and it's not enough. I need like Edward's giant ass middle screen. But my eyes hurt when I look at it, so no.
Friends,
I've never understood that. I navigate just fine with 2.
since you two
I'm on 1 here with my tiny laptop. Let's go.
since you two are West Coast with me, I assume that we're not like super in need of going to bed right away. Why don't you? Well, let's do a little bit of unstructured talk about that session. I want to know your thoughts because I've been looking forward to that.
Hold monster coming in clutch.
Your fucking dog coming in clutch.
Yeah.
getting the
no,
last legendary resistance, right? Yes.
Like the dog, like the second time that a entity has ever failed that roll.
Incredible.
It's like, I beat it, it's fine. I beat it, it's fine. Dragon on a strength check.
Yeah.
Wasn't expecting it, man.
And that avatar gets a plus 10 on strength checks.
No one expects a giant direwolf to appear from underneath them. Who knew?
Well, a medium direwolf. He's smaller than a normal direwolf.
Well,
incredible.
But no, that was a lot of fun. But yeah, burning out the legendary resistances and then, high risk, high reward, hold monster.
Yeah, which is, I mean, that's what I expected, right? I did expect...
once the resistances were gone.
I did expect what was going to happen was Clarion and Felgolos, and I assumed you two, would throw all of the instant, win buttons at it that you could, get rid of those, this is exactly how not exactly how I expected it to go. I expected him to get off at least one breath weapon. But I'm not sad that he didn't. Because again,
something else was either more tactically relevant or it wasn't a valid strategy at that point.
Yeah, I mean, I could have technically used it on Calcrix the one time, but it wouldn't have mattered because the damage that it did, unless I rolled like maximum damage, still would not have been enough. And Calcrix barely took any other damage, so like it would not have changed anything. And I love a battle where it's clear that that all of the characters involved are so in tune with each other that they are able to take advantage of these opportunities, and they're able to spread themselves in such a way that you knew a breath weapon was coming. So they would I assumed you were spreading out and making sure that no big group of you was gonna get hit by it anyway, which is why it was more tactically relevant to try to break away and fly up. Because if he had flied up and turned around, I would have targeted at least 2 or 3 of you with that cone, because that cone gets really big. There's a big reason why I out the gate when I am flying and I am not where everyone is. Here's the other thing, though. Here's the other thing. If he had targeted Calcrix and Meepo with the breath weapon, Meepo has mounted combatant. So Calcrix would have gotten 0 damage if she had made the save.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right? So I was planning on throwing that out there as well, because mounted combatant allows the mount to take essentially improved evasion, right? You get half on a failed save and full damage on 0 damage on a successful save.
Did you like Calcrix's sudden growth spurt?
Yes. Was not expecting that part. I was expecting.
I still have one use.
Yeah, I was expecting this to be like David and Goliath, and it ended up being just Goliath and Goliath, and I'm totally down with that.
Let them fight.
Walked in with a very different expectation of the fight, and did not get what they expected.
But I did, like I said, I did expect, and because this guy had 545 HP. 546 HP. I knew that it was going to end with one of you pulling something off that was essentially a one-hit KO. The hold monster wasn't quite a one-hit KO, but I mean, after that, there was like 200 damage in the just couple of actions after that.
Between the paralyzed and then the prone.
Yeah.
Just advantage for days, followed by auto crit for damage for most of those attacks.
Auto crit and Felgolos' 71-point acid breath, and like boom,
automatic
boom, and
fail
boom.
Against breaths. Yeah.
This is how boss fights against singular giant monsters are supposed to go, right? You're supposed to burn through their legendary resistances and then do something to either banish them or one-hit KO them or stop them in some way so that you can pile on the damage. And it was a very satisfying fight to run.
How long does the giant size potion last?
24 hours.
24 hours?
So yeah, the
Oh, she might not fit into the wedding hall anymore.
Probably not. She'll fit back. She'll fit back down into the grove, but not up into the wedding hall.
No, just
Maybe
not
and
being-
even her head, because she would have to navigate the
Like through
Belak's
those-
library to get there,
Yeah.
right?
Speaking of, we should probably take a look at that.
Oh yeah, no. I wasn't kitted out for combat. I have all these spells that like do out of combat shit. So I was like, okay, I guess I just go up and punch this dragon a bunch. Like I've got shit for snooping through Belak's lair and some other shit at the thing. Like I have stuff I'm gonna do, like during this like wedding party. But
that said, like we slew a dragon, sir. That's great.
Not only a dragon, but an ancient dragon, right? I knew, again, we are coming up on the end of this campaign. It is time for me to pull out all of the stops, right? It is time for me to start throwing the biggest things that the monster manual has at you. Speaking of which, level up.
okay.
I know it's only one encounter, but that was an ancient red dragon. Y'all deserve it.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
That's fair. I'm not gonna complain.
Oh, man. I was like I said, I was feeling like I was not bringing my A game during the ceremony part of that little mini or that session. We are at 3 hours and 10 minutes of the second half, so this is going to be a long. Thank you for folks who have stuck around on Twitch, because this has been a long session. I might break it up. We'll see. Yes? I don't know. Oh man. Very satisfying. Good to have. It's always nice to have the really big fights. Yeah.
Well, I liked the build up of the quakes and the like them trying, and I think that you seeming a little uncertain during the ceremony, I think that's like appropriate. This is the first wedding they've ever put on. I think everyone who's even a part of the ceremony is a little uncertain about like,
True.
I'm establishing a tradition here. I better not fuck it up. Like, I loved Urki being there. Oh,
that was a
Urki
last
Timbers is
second
back.
ad lib. I was like, who would be running this thing? Oh yes, of course. Not that
So
like
cute.
there are maybe two people who are watching who've been around long enough to know who Urki Timbers was. That was more for you all.
I loved it. He's here. He's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Incredible. Okay. I am sweating because it is really hot in this room. And I am still exhausted.
I got access to 7th level magic, so I'm gonna use the sorcerer thing where I move some spells around.
Oh yes. Let's get into that at the pregame of next session. Because I want to give you some time to think.
Throw my recommendation for inspiration at Jeff. Your dog and your hold monster was super clutch in that.
So clutch.
So I just want to throw it to you.
I loved that. It was it's hold monster. Great spell. Love it. No notes. But the my note is the puppy. I like my evil black Shadowfell boy.
Who has been clutch so many times.
Yeah, he's just a good boy, and I will make sure that he gets to eat some of dragon flesh before he goes back to hell. Well,
Although he does dissipate as soon as the thing he was sent after dies.
That's
so.
true. I go,
He goes in for the bite and vanishes.
that's fine. Like, mark my words, I'm going to like declare I'll get a steak dinner and declare that my enemy.
He did bite the
for
dragon
9 damage.
One of these days I'll just summon it for like I'll summon it and have it, and I will declare this steak my mortal enemy, and he must devour it.
Yeah, and if he and again, if he had not hit that bite, then Ashardalon still would have had a legendary resistance left, and this fight could have probably wouldn't have gone differently. You probably were going to win. Just the action economy favored you so much, but like, it could have been a lot worse than it was. And I know Meepo's packing Revivify. I'm sure at least one of you is packing Revivify as well. No,
I do.
Not this time.
I have raised dead. So.
You have raised dead. That's true. Oh man.
But I had a lot of fun, especially in the first half of the getting to roleplay Echo being nervous about coming here, because like this is his old home, but it's not his anymore. And what does that mean? And he's happy for Meepo, but he also kind of still hates Eustrael. So like he's having a lot of conflicting emotions, and I'm having fun roleplaying that.
Yeah.
Okay, friends. I think that's that. Jeff, did you have a
Nope.
particular shout out you wanted to
for
end
my-
us on?
Oh, for my nod, I definitely want to throw that at Echo for for just as throwing a bone for that painful chain of terrible rolls.
A 1, a 2, and a 3.
Why? What did I do?
He's nervous. He's still nervous.
Yeah.
Incredible. Gotta love it. Okay, friends. Thank you all so much for watching. I don't know how long it's going to be until our next session. I am now at the end of the school year, which is always a very busy time for me. Our schedule has become a little bit more sort of discombobulated of late, and that's totally fine. These things happen. We only have a few more sessions left before the end of this campaign. So if you've stuck around this long, thank you so much. You can find me at Math Demigod on Twitch, Twitter, and Blue Sky. And of course, youtube.com/gamingmathematically is where you can find both the VODs of this very show and also the entire XCOM Long War of the Chosen campaign that I just finished. That was 108 missions long, so there's plenty of content for you. Why don't you two go ahead and give me any plugs if you're still making content?
A Measure of Separation. It's misspelled. I'll put it in chat. It's a Tumblr. Come see my art and fic and whatever else.
DM,
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to remove Raise Dead on my sheet because Resurrection is a 7th level necromancy spell.
Yes, it is. That is
So
true.
it's
You don't need
so
Raised
like-
Dead anymore.
And like my entire theme has been like my spells are getting stronger over time, so I'll take a lesser version of the thing and just upgrade it.
Yeah, love it.
And so upgrading Raise Dead into Resurrection feels very perfect because like that's his entire like there should be a scene where he tries to do something to help Clarion at some point.
Ooh, I like that.
All right.
Okay.
Because back then we couldn't channel that kind of magic, but Calder can now.
There might be another target, but we'll talk about that next
Nope.
session.
Next
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
All right, friends.
All right,
I love you all very much. We'll see you next time.
indeed.